All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to what is day 5 of the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour. You know you've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for it, and we're going to do our best to give it to you today. That is for sure. But we are just getting going for the day. We have not begun competition. We've got our guys getting everything fine-tuned, and I think we're going to start here in about 5 minutes. So we are not in sequence yet, but we're trying to get everything up and flowing fluidly, and try and make sure that this the action is going to be coming to you non-stop. So do stay with us, spread the word that we are up and running, and start doing your prayers that everything stays together. And we're going to bring the action to you here from the beach in Tarifa, Spain. You guys know what this place is about. It's about kiteboarding, it's about partying, it's about living a beautiful lifestyle in a beautiful place. And what a great venue for such an amazing event. And it's been a great time so far, and the action for the single elimination is just getting ready to start. So do stick around, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes waiting for that red flag to go up, starting the signaling the start of the sequence. And we're going to get underway with our heat number 6, I believe, which is where we were able to make it up to 2 days ago in the Levante winds, Poniente winds happening today. And we're going to get things started with Borisov and Alcazar. So stick around, we'll be back.
restless heart. And it's hopeless as a feather on the cloud. As a feather on the cloud. To the hills that stand alone like my restless heart.
All right, everyone, welcome to what is a beautiful, beautiful day here in Tarifa, Spain. I'm Dave Tyversky here, just getting ready to fire into our single elimination, the heat number 7, Borisov versus Alcazar, coming up right now. We've got just about 50 seconds on the clock until the start of this first heat of the day. So welcome, and yeah, spread the word that we are up and running. We've got about 20 knots on the water right now, and these guys are set. They've had a day off yesterday, so everyone is just amping to show what they've got here in front of a building crowd here. Still a little early for the Tarifa crowd. It is almost 1 o'clock, which, as you know, if you've ever been here, is a bit early for Tarifa. Things kick off a little late and go on into the wee hours of the morning. So here we are. Welcome to day 5 and heat number 6 of our single elimination, heat number 7 rather, of Borisov versus Alcazar. So the Russian Federation on the water versus Alcazar from Spain. And that's going to do it. The green flag is up. And that is Alcazar right there coming at you. Borisov with just a nice slam that was outside of the camera. That is Alcazar on the water right there, heading out. Here on this side, onshore, Poniente wins. Ooh, front line with Alcazar going down, missing the bar on that one. Not the way you want to start a heat as far as putting your kite down in the drink. But that is Sergey right now. I'm trying to get a read on kite sizes. Looks like Sergey's on a 13, so definitely bigger kites, but powered conditions, not too bad. These guys seem like they're keeping their kites locked in position, which is what we want to see. So some optimal conditions. Nice KGB from Borisov. Kite little bit high. I think he's going to want to redo that one, try and drop that kite, get a little bit better execution, as he's definitely a powered rider, usually really carrying a lot of good speed. Really nice style too, kind of a power style that we've seen from some of our other riders like Yuri and Mark Jacobs. But we are just hooking into some serious action. I see Toby Bromwich heading out to the water. He knows where to be. Oh, and that's Borisov with another trick under his belt, but we've got Alcazar on his way in. Looks like he's got a little weeds in his lines from that last. Nice slim 5 from Alcazar. Kind of struggling a little bit on that landing, but he needed that one after crashing on that first trick attempt from him. Let's see if we can get an eye on Borisov as he's making his way in. We've got some really nice conditions here. The water has got a little bit of a swell, so there should be some nice flat water in between the waves here, as Borisov kind of lets go of that one. Doesn't really get what he was setting out for. But it is 12:55. Man, what an awesome day shaping up here in Tarifa with these kickers. Tide's a little high. Alcazar going a little splashy on that last trick attempt. But these ooh, Borisov right on the inside, stomping a nice trick clean. But these kickers are really going to definitely going to be some entertainment as that tide drops, and they kind of jack up for these guys to take advantage of on that tack out. So we are day 5 here. It's a 9-day event, so really pretty big, long event. You know, we always show up a couple days early, and of course the day before is registration. So, and Borisov, nice Hinterberger. Oh, actually that was a S Mob or S3, I think, coming in. If I catch it at the wrong time, I definitely am gonna blow some of these tricks, especially with all these knobs I'm spinning back here. But do apologize for yesterday's issues. We really did our best to try and get up and running and get out for you guys. But as you can imagine, we are a ways away from a lot of things out here. It's a pretty good walk from the village out to the beach here. It's about a 15-minute walk at least. So it's definitely not a quick one, but it's an amazing village. They've done a really good job setting up a nice event site here on the beach, and really great to be back in Tarifa after quite a hiatus from our last event here, I believe in 2008. We've got Alcazar down on the inside with his kite right in a spot that's not too good. That is Borisov riding up the beach there. And Alcazar trying to get that kite back up. As you can see, our box is, well, I guess you can't really see it, but it's bound by these 4 buoys here on the inside, that red bull buoy right there on the inside, demarking our inside buoy. And then those big black ones out to sea are the outside marks. But as you can imagine, these onshore winds, which it is quite onshore, a little bit more onshore than I think the normal poniente. If I'm wrong about that, I apologize. I haven't actually been here in a long time. I kited here, geez, I don't even want to say when last time that was, but it was a long time ago. I think maybe 2003 or 4. But our poniente winds that we had earlier in the week definitely had a more side shore cant. I think maybe we'll see that shift as we go into the later heats, but these guys are definitely right on the water's edge at the moment. All right, so we just are back. Do we have a winner from that last heat? And I think that was Sergey Borisov advancing. I'm just gonna be straight with you guys. There's occasionally gonna be probably some meltdowns. Hopefully, do bear with us, because I'm gonna try and reset as things hiccup. So no promises, but I'm gonna do my best, because I know you guys want to see the action. I'm trying to get it out. So if you do need to hit a refresh, sorry about that, but there might be the issue where that might be the case. So anyways, we're back into sequence. We've got on the water coming up Kloitens and Gerashenko. That is Jerome Kloitens, living here, I think in Tarifa actually, and of course Mr. Artem Gerashenko just finishing up in Russia, coming off of that big slider event and rail jam that they had up there, and I think he did pretty well. Definitely one of the top rail riders in Russia, if not the top. And of course Jerome Kloitens, no stranger to these waters, with a nice front blind. As I was mentioning earlier, these guys definitely were ending up a little bit on the inside. I'm sure a little bit winds a bit more onshore at the moment, so that's going to be a factor, getting these guys able to stay a little bit further outside so that they don't end up on the beach. And as we saw that last heat with Alcazar crashing his kite on the inside, definitely those kickers can do some damage. But welcome if you're just joining us. We are day 5, heat number 8, second heat of the day. Gerashenko on the water. That's Gerashenko right there on that North Kite, one of our industry partners. And he's up against Jerome Kloitens, who I'm trying to find here. A little bit limited view out front, but he's also on North. Oh, really nice KGB from Kloitens right there. Super solid. Impressive riding from both these guys. Artem just snagging that one right there, getting it around to heel side just at the last second. and riding away clean. We're going to see some banger tricks. I'm thinking here, as we've got, you know, when these guys are on their kind of their powered biggest kites and maybe even going down to like 10s throughout the afternoon. I think that's pretty much optimal freestyle conditions. Really nice late mob right there from Jerome. So we're going to see some big tricks being thrown. Ooh, nice same trick from Artem, but crashing the kite. Little Hinterberger mob from the young Russian rider here. Yeah, we're going to have our work cut out for us during these breaks, keeping that lens clean with this onshore wind here, just coming off the med. Here, we're pretty much almost in the Straits of Gibraltar, just around the corner. But this is where the Mediterranean begins and the Atlantic ends, I guess. Just across from Morocco. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But great place to be. It's a little cooler today with this sea breeze as of coming off the ocean, as we had that warm Levante wind in the days prior when we got off our big air contest, which was pretty spectacular. Congratulations to Ariel Corniel for winning that one. That guy deserves it. He's been working hard. But if you were just joining us, you were in the right place, because we've got hopefully going to move on through. I mean, it is still plenty of time for us to move on even into our double elimination. If the wind holds up, we've got plenty of rounds of both men's and women's freestyle heats to come. Here it is 1:07 p.m. local time, and you are tuned in to the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour with the world's best doing battle against themselves and Mother Nature in pursuit of the ultimate prize. Direct quote from Chris Tronalone, circa 2004. Jerome putting his kite down on that inside. A little bit of current definitely playing a factor here, as we're seeing in this heat with Jerome Kloitins versus Artem Gerashenko from Russia. Russian Federation versus, nice back check on that back mob from Artem. I think Kloitins is Spanish. I know he's living in Spain, but for some reason I think he might have some French in him as well, based on his accent. I hope that's not offensive, but super cool guy. Definitely a Spanish favorite here, running with most of these local crew here. Definitely spending a lot of time riding and training in these waters, as do a lot of the top pros. Of course, Alex Pastor, Gisela Polito, Liam Whaley. Geez, the list goes on. Aaron Hadlow calling Tarifa home at the moment. Oh, really nice back mob from Jerome right there. And that's going to do it for our men's heat number 7 or number 8, Kloitins versus Gerashenko. Right there, I think we've got some results coming in from our live scoring, if you guys are keeping an eye on that. As Jerome and Artem still waiting for those scores to come in, so I'm gonna leave it out and not call it, as I'm definitely glad that I'm not a judge in a lot of these heats. But that was Kloitins Gerashenko. Still waiting for the results from that one to come in, as we are going to move on into our first women's heat of the day. It's going to be Kasia Langa from Poland versus Julia Castro from Fuerteventura, another Spanish rider. Those ladies are coming up, so thanks for joining us. We're going to get that lens clean and throw to a quick break, so stay with us. There's more coming from the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour. All right, we have got 4 seconds on the clock until the start of our first women's heat, with Kasia Langa from Poland and Julia Castro from Spain. As we've got, who do we have? I think that's Langa out the back. Don't really have a big view out in front of me, but that's Langa right there lighting up with a nice rally. See if where Julia is, as I only see one kite out on the water. Oh, actually, no, there she is on her air rush kite. That's right. I just learned she's riding for air rush. I think that's a change from last time I saw her, which I believe was in Fuerteventura this couple events ago. Ooh, Castro out the back. Really to blind judge. She is getting things started straight out of the gate. These ladies much more upwind than the men, at least at this point in the heat. We'll see how they do. Nice crip from Julia. Looks like Langa's got her kite down in the water at the moment. If you are on the live scoring page, I know it is a pain in the butt, but you think you might have to switch over that women's little pull drop down menu at the bottom. I'm not sure if it always does it for you or not, but Castro again out the back, a little stall on that last trick attempt, but she's definitely got some points going down on the judges' tablets. She's looking pretty lit. Definitely these ladies, I'm gonna, next break, I'm gonna try and get an actual, we've got an anemometer, if you know what that means, a wind meter over in the judges tower, which is adjacent to me, so I can probably get an actual reading of what our wind is doing. But we had the guys on 12 and 13 meter kites. Looks like, oh, really nice blind judge with it from Julia on that one, passing in the bar in the air. That first one, she landed blind and passed on the surface. So definitely some solid riding coming out of our young Spanish rider from Fuerteventura. Looking for something from Kasia right now on her Nobile kite. It's a bit tough. You can see these guys are pretty far out at the back of the course, which means they're quite powered, staying upwind, which is away from the beach here in these onshore poniente winds. Ooh, going for the back to blind, missing the bar. As we are about 3 minutes 30 into this heat, so halfway through this women's first heat of the event here in our single elimination. That is Katja Lang right there, getting her kite back up in the air. Looks like she's only got a little bit of weeds on there. Definitely noticed as we showed up to the beach today, some more weeds. Katja going with a shifty little 3-1-3 attempt. Right. If you want to sesh, refresh. That seems to be the theme of the day. So if you want a live PKRA session, you might have to refresh. If you want to sesh, refresh. We're back up and running with Julie Castro on the water, and none other than Katja Lang from Poland. As looks like that's an 11 meter, I believe, from Julia. And she's looking pretty powered, so I think we're going to have winds continuing to build throughout the afternoon. Already just 1:15 here local time, and definitely already noticeably windier than when we got underway. And it looks like, yeah, Katja's on a 9 meter already, so give you an idea of what the power situation is for these ladies. Looks like Julia's looking to take off. A little bit of a kicker out the back there she's going to use for a ramp, as these ladies are winding down with just 35 seconds remaining here in this women's heat number 1 for the day. Julia Castro and Katja Lang. And there goes Langua with a nice back roll. But I'm not sure what else she had. I saw her go down. Ooh, and she gets, ooh, nope, she misses it. Looks like she went for a trick to blind and just managed to grab the leash but missed the bar, as Julia Castro right there kind of does the same thing at the buzzer. That's going to do it for our women's heat number 1 for the day. Lang versus Castro. Coming up, we've got Helena Rochowska from Poland versus Bagnoli. Not sure who Bagnoli is. I'm not familiar with her name, so it will be interesting to see those two ladies do it. We will be back here with more live from Tarifa. Stick around, guys. We've got more ladies freestyle action coming your way. All right, ladies, action on the water. If any of you guys tuning in to see these two ladies go head-to-head here, Broshoka versus Bagnoli, just want to give a special welcome to you. It is good to see Helena back. She's been absent from the past few events, choosing to spend some time hitting the books as well as training. So it'll be interesting to see how she has progressed in, I think, a two event hiatus. So see what she's got. If she's got any new tricks in her bag, we will find out. But that is a Helena Broshoka. She's got a tough name to pronounce for me for some reason. But and she's up against Bagnoli. So let's see if we can find it. I think that's Helena way out the back. And looks like the boat is helping one of our competitors here. I'm not sure with what, but it could be Bagnoli right there. Maybe she lost her board. But well, that's it. It's a postponement. That's what's going on. All right, so this heat is still has yet to start, as we've got Michael Schitzhofer right there riding for Best Kiteboarding, one of our industry partners. Looks like he's warming up. He actually, yeah, he will be coming up in our first men's heat. When we shift gears, he's going to go up against Idazio de Silva from Brazil. So he's coming up in after this heat, and then two more. We're going to see Schitzhofer versus de Silva, as we're going to hook into our men's second round, which is going to be some pretty big heats, to say the least. We got Neto versus Baker following that. Spiesberger versus Tony Juan. Hadlow Zune. That one's going to be really fun to watch. And then Romeo versus Saran. Whaley versus Corniel. And I guess Martinez and Borisov. And Tak versus the winner of our last men's heat, which I don't even have a confirmation on yet. So we'll find that out as we're waiting for that postponement flag to come down. I think there was a problem perhaps with the live scoring, which is putting us on hold at the moment. So we're going to try and keep some interesting images on the screen for you guys. But in the meantime, just want to say thanks for tuning in. We're here with the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour, day number 5, just getting into our single elimination for the day, just starting with our first round of women, and then heading over to our second round of men. So you're in the right place. That is, what do they call it down there? I think Valdevaqueros is down there towards that dune. What else do they call it? I'm not sure, but you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm sure half of you guys, if not more of you guys watching, have been here and know exactly where we are and what's going on here in the beautiful Los Lances beach. So that's Kasia Lang right there walking back up the beach after her heat. I believe that was Julia Castro moving on. So we'll be back here as we resume our single elimination. So stick around. right, so we are back as we had a little break there to get our judges' tablets back up and running, I think is what the issue was. So we had about a heat break there as the team got their stuff sorted out as the green flag goes up for our women's heat number 2, the one that we've been waiting for right here, Brahoka versus Bagnoli. And I believe that was Helena lighting it up right there out of the gate with a nice rally, and there the nice S-bend. She's going up against Bagnoli, who I think's from Italy, I'm guessing. And I just got confirmation that that is the case from Bruna. She's sitting with me here. You want to put on a headset, Bruna, and say hello to the people? All right, let's get you going here. All right. All right, so we got Bruna here. How are you doing today, Bruna?
Hey everyone, yeah, I'm very good. I'm happy that we have some wins.
Well, it is about time. It was okay though yesterday. I mean, you know, after such a windy day on whatever day that was, Monday, you know, it was nice to have a little bit of a break. I don't know, for, you know, the winds basically took a siesta, and that's, you know, pretty much what happens here in Spain. After a lot of work, you got to take a little siesta.
Yeah, and we were lucky because at the beginning we had Levante, which is a very strong wind, perfect for the big air, and now we switched to Poniente, which is a perfect wind for freestyle. So Tarifa conditions is helping us here.
That's right. How about you? You've got a bit of a weight, I guess. Well, actually, no, you don't. You're up in like, well, I guess we got to do the other second round of the men.
Exactly. So yeah, I have quite a long time,
okay.
hour and a half or something.
Okay. Well, good. So, what's your take? You've spent a lot of time here in Tarifa, and were you here in last event? We were here in 2008.
Yeah, I've been here every event they actually had.
Wow. So it's been a while. So you've been, geez, that's already like 6 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. It was the battle win. It was the very first, one of my very first competitions was here in Tarifa.
And you've definitely been back here since then, I'm sure.
Yeah, I used to train here a lot. Like for a while, Tarifa was my second home. So I really feel comfortable in these conditions. I love the spot.
What is it about this spot that makes it so, you know, alluring to all the top kiters? Is it just the fact that there's, you know, wind every day that you can train in, or is there more to it than that?
Well, I think it's the whole atmosphere of the place. I mean, you have wind every day, and you have all sorts of conditions, from strong wind to light wind to flat conditions to waves, kickers. So it's very complete. And also the atmosphere out of the water is good. You have good options to entertain yourself. So it's a good balance between both. We have Hella here at the beach. She crashed her kite.
Yeah, on the inside. Is there much of a current running right now, like in the Poniente? I was commenting that it seems like it's a bit more onshore, or is this straight up typical Poniente?
No, today is a bit more onshore. Poniente is a little bit more sideshore, and yeah, today it's quite hard with this wind and the current to stay upwind. It's challenging. They started all the way up the box, as you saw, and within a few minutes they're down at the beach already. So
yeah, I'm sure it is a bit of a challenge, but I'm thinking, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong, is it a good chance that it's going to start to swing a little more sideshore as the day continues, or is this the first day of the Poniente, a bit more onshore, and then maybe tomorrow it'll be?
Yeah, there is a big chance the Poniente kicks in, and they call it like a thermic too, so it really depends of the day. It's quite unpredictable, but yeah, I think right now it's what we're going to see throughout the day. I don't know if it's going to get much better than that.
Well, we've gotten pretty lucky already. I mean, these are, I don't know, some people probably have their preferences, but I mean, I think, you know, if ladies are on 8s and 9s and the guys are on 10s and 11s, that's when we see like big tricks really start going down as far as, you know, real technical stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate kite size for like top performance from everyone, the favorite kites and all of that.
And I think also probably the tide was quite high this morning. As it drops, we should get a little bit more flat water in between these kicker sets and see some guys really taking advantage of the kickers that are pushing in today.
Yeah, this spot here is perfect for kickers. The kickers are really stiff, so you can have a good punch out of them and yeah, use them, especially with the onshore wind. You get to use the kickers there very close to the beach. I just saw I just saw a few rolling in, and they were really good.
Nice. Yeah. Well, there was quite a bit of a swell actually running just around the corner. I guess the real surf spots are a bit of a drive away, but we definitely had some guys taking off yesterday, getting a surf session, and then even this morning some guys hit it up for dawn patrol and came back here for the event. So
with the Poniente wind, you get lucky because it usually starts towards the afternoon. So yeah, it is possible to just go out there and have a surf session, come back and compete afterwards. It's an interesting strategy because you might get a little tired for your heats, but that was a great Aspen to blind from Hella.
Hella, yeah. She, I was mentioning she took some time off. I think 2 events that we didn't see her, so it looks like she's been doing some time training, which is always a good thing, you know, for sometimes, you know, riders. It's better to just take some time off from competition and really focus on what you want to work on and revisit the competition scene, you know, with a fresh perspective and hopefully some new tricks.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely, especially on tour, you get quite a lot of trips and you get tired a lot. So you're worn out throughout the year. So it's good to have a little break, train, work on yourself, and come back fresh again.
That was a good crash right there from Hella going down, but definitely going for it. And Bagnoli definitely had some nice tricks right there. Looked like going for
NIS, yeah, almost had it.
Almost getting it, but Bruna, you've been coming back from an injury, and you know it's been a little bit of a I don't know. I mean, you came back already pretty quickly. I mean, already in Panama after your injury, you started riding. You could tell you were a bit apprehensive, but still some nice results. And did you expect to be, you know, already back where you are?
Yeah, I was actually very surprised because an injury usually takes a bit longer. I mean, on the physical aspect, on the mental aspect. But since the day I got hurt, I really had my mindset where I wanted to be, and I worked really hard for it. So I think it was just the result of a lot of work that paid off. But yeah, I was actually very surprised with it, and yeah, I was like, wow, this actually worked very well, better than I thought. So I'm so happy to be back. I think this helps me a lot. Yeah,
well, I'm sure a good result just builds the confidence levels, and yeah, it'll be good to see how it continues on, as we still have quite a few events. This one, so 4 events still in the tour season, so plenty of time. But unfortunately, injuries have been a kind of a constant thing we've been experiencing, you know, throughout this tour season. We had obviously Mario Rodwald injured in Germany. Now Mark Jacobs out, and he was sitting in 2nd place. So it's just got to be really, I don't know, just kind of a real crush to your psyche when you're doing so well and then you suffer, you know, an injury that takes you out for the season. So it's great to see you back, and hopefully we'll see Mark Jacobs back as well as Mario, and Alex Pastor actually is getting back into the water. So great to see him out there, and hopefully maybe we'll see him in China, maybe.
Yeah, I think Alex has been having a good recovery too, and just the other day he was kiting already on really like strong levante. Shows that he's confident about his shoulder, and yeah, it will be great to see him back. He's one of the best riders out there. You see the tricks that he was doing a year ago, and they're still such a high level. He could probably beat most of the guys on tour today.
Yeah.
So it will be great to see him back. And now we have Paula Novotna, and she also coming back from Novotna.
She's coming up one. After this one.
She's also coming back from an injury.
That's right. Yeah, it's and it's pretty much all knees.
Yeah, I think it's
knees and shoulders.
Yeah, knees and shoulders. But we changed from the straps to the boots, and I think that's been taking a lot of pressure on the knees.
All right. Well, Bruna Kajia, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. We'll see you out on the water.
Yes, definitely. I'll go finish to get ready, pump my kites, and try and put up a good show out there.
All right. Well, thanks again so much, and we'll look for you in our next round. And we're back to the action with Christine Oya versus Arnaus, Rita Arnaus from Spain. So we've got, I believe, Slovakia versus Spain. I always get a little confused whether Oja is Estonia or Slovakia, but I believe actually she's Estonia. As I'm confusing some of those other Eastern European countries over there. And I'm actually thinking of one of our slalom competitors from Slovakia. As we've got the ladies, Oya right now, one of the gypsies on tour, putting it together, trying to fund her way around the world in pursuit of the world title. She's definitely giving it a run here, and she's up against Rita Arnaus from Spain. See if we've got any results coming in from those ladies. That last women's round, hopefully we're back up and running with our scores, but it looks like it was Bagnoli, Francesca, advancing over Helena. And right now it looks like we've got Christine Oya on the water with a little bit of a lead against Rita Arnaus. If you're just joining us, that was Bruna Kajia that we were chatting with. Definitely no stranger, one of the top female riders in the world. Definitely been on the forefront of women's kiteboarding for a number of years. And great to have her in the booth and back on the water competing first and foremost. So we'll look forward to her heats coming up in that next women's round. But more importantly, at the moment is the action. It's Christine Oya and Rita Arnaus going head-to-head with a little bit of a lead from Christine Oya. As the wind continues to build here in Spain with these strong poniente winds. When that last break, I went over and checked the wind meter, and it was averaging 15, gusting into the low 20s. So guys are on 10, 11, 12 meter kites. A little bit of a current here in the onshore conditions. The women are on a little bit smaller, 9s, probably some 8s out there, but can't really call it right now. As I'm taking a look out, I don't see any numbers on the kites at this point. But that's Rita Arnaus right there from Spain, riding for Best Kiteboarding. As she, goes down on a digger right there. And that is Oya out the back right there. She's doing a good job staying upwind. Of course, here it's a fine line at the moment because you want to be in front of the judges, as close to the judges, so they have the biggest visual impact. They can see exactly what you're doing. If there's any subtle grabs or any, they just get a much better perspective of what you're doing and can judge accordingly. Ooh, and Oya going down. But at the same time, there is a bit more current down on the inside in front of the judges, and of course it's onshore wind with a nice blind judge from Rita Arnaus. A little bit of a stall at the end, but hopefully she's probably hoping the judges actually look down to score it. But that's the thing, the judges actually have to watch the whole trick, wait for the rider to ride away from it, get the full result, because it is dependent largely upon the degree of control that the rider leaves the trick with. So you want to see them ride away from the trick with a degree of control of the kite, etc. So some of these guys will catch a wingtip on the water with their kites after they land, kite check. So that's not an ideal scenario. If it is just a check and you ride away and are able to maintain it and stay planing, a much better scenario than if you land a trick and then catch your wingtip and it stays stuck to the water. That's Christine Oya right there from Estonia heading out. You can see a little bit more texture on the water here. If you're just joining us, we are in our third women's heat for the day. I'm Dave Tarversky, and you are locked into the Tarifa Kitesurf Pro. It is a beautiful day here and a little bit chilly. I'm kind of thinking that I should have brought my hoodie. Ooh, an Oya right there with a nice back to wrap. A little bit of a butt check at the end. Kite getting a little high, but definitely going to be something going down on the score card for her, as it looks like our Naus is down on the inside, just getting up and running here. You can see these waves at shore break sometimes getting up to, you know, definitely waist plus high. So definitely some nice kickers have potential to be setting up for these riders here as we move on into the later rounds for the day. And that is Rita back rolling her way into the last 10 seconds of the heat. Ooh, and Oya, I missed the beginning of it, but came down like a ton of bricks. Kite really low, rode away from it clean. I'm not sure what the trick was. It could have been just a back roll, but whatever it was powered. I'm not sure if there was a pass in there. I just looked up at the last second, but that's going to do it for our women's heat number 3, Oya versus Arnaus. Everything I'm seeing right now looks like Kristen Oya from Estonia is going to be moving through against her competitor Rita Arnaus from Spain. So congratulations as we are getting set up. We see some other ladies here. There's Hella on the beach right here. That's a pretty fancy wetsuit right there. Looks like the fluorescence coming back into style. So if you held on to those wetsuits from back in the 80s, you are in luck. It's going to come around again. It's 2 minutes till the start of our next women's heat. This is Lutz versus Novotna. Paula Novotna coming off back after an injury as well. So that'll be an interesting one to see her as she goes up against Sabrina Lutz from Germany. So thanks for being with us, guys. There's more coming from the Tarifa Kitesurf Pro. Don't go anywhere. right, and we are back on the water right now. Sabrina Lutz versus Paula Novotna. That's Paula on the inside, closest to us. Coming back after an injury. representing the Czech Republic, Paula Novotná. And Sabrina Lutz representing Germany. Ooh, stomping a nice 3-1-3, super powered riding. Impressive. Definitely solid rider, Paula Novotná, and she was missed actually from competition for sure, as we've been missing a few of our not normal, but a lot of really good riders over the past couple years. Obviously now we're missing Annabelle Van Vestrop from Aruba. Hello, Annabelle, if you're watching. Let us know how you're doing. Hopefully you're back in action soon. Paula's been out for a while as well. We had another really talented rider, Asha Litwin from Poland, who suffered an injury and never really came back to the competition scene. So, but man, the level of the ladies is really coming around. Obviously, we've seen our top 3 women, Bruna Kajia, Karolina Winkowska, and Gisela Polito, just kind of dominating women's kiteboarding over the years. And now we're just seeing another fleet of women really coming up and charging strong, Paula Novotná being one of them. And she is really stomping some nice tricks, as she's a very powerful rider, and she's definitely got the skills to pay the bills and definitely do some damage into that women's ladder. And Lutz right there just answering back with a really nice S-bend of line. Nice, empowered, good speed. Hopefully some of you guys are watching from Germany, trying to go out on Ustream for you guys, on our Ustream channel. Hopefully you guys are tuning in via that, or if you can get around the block in Germany to YouTube. Oh, Sabrina Lutz really not giving in an inch at all against her competitor. As these ladies are hungry for that next spot moving on. And this is probably the best heat we've seen so far. Right now, Paula Novotná topping the charts with 19 points. And Sabrina Lutz just a trick away, but some really solid points from both of these ladies. This is not an easy heat. And so it looks like Sabrina is down in the water, I believe. That's Sabrina. They're both riding on North Kite. All right, we've got word that Annabelle is doing better. That's awesome. Great news to hear. Thanks for chiming in, Jos. Great to meet you guys at the other events. And send her our best wishes and hope to see her back on the tour soon. But she's going to have her work cut out for her, because these ladies are really riding strong. Oh, really? Ready some solid points. Paula Novotná, 24.41 at the moment, which is a pretty impressive scoring heat right now for these ladies. Sabrina, really solid points as well, 14.61, but she's going to have to put some more big tricks down here in the last 2 minutes of this heat. As the wind continues to build here in Los Lances Beach in beautiful Tarifa, Spain. Classic Poniente Day. Well, not classic, I guess it's a bit more unsure from what Bruna said, but definitely a gorgeous day, setting up for some optimal freestyle conditions with Sabrina Lutz on the water right now versus our competitor from the Czech Republic, Paula Novotná. I'm basically up on the same stage that our judges are on. You can probably hear a lot of event noise, so it's a bit of stimulation going on around the beach, both visually with all the action and of course the beach announcer and the people on the beach and the music. So it's a pretty festive atmosphere here at the Tarifa Kite Surf Pro, or Pro Kite Tour rather, as Paula Novotná puts her kite down, but just going for it as we've got about 52 seconds remaining here. As the wind continues to build and scores just still dropping from both these ladies. And I'm seeing an 11 for, actually that's Novotná on the 11, so that is Sabrina Lutz with her kite down on the water. Right there is Paula, as I'm having to stand up. My monitor isn't doing it. Trying to get a better view of these ladies here. As just 10 seconds remaining. Are we going to see any more tricks from Sabrina? And she's down to 2 seconds, and I don't think, well, not sure if she's going to have enough time. And maybe one more. All right. And that's going to do it for our ladies. Looks like it is going to be Paula Novotná with a very impressive heat right there against Sabrina Lutz. 19.27 points for Sabrina Lutz, 24.41 for Paula Novotná. So big scoring trick for our rider from the Czech Republic with very impressive heat. Blind judge through and three, back to blind, slim S1. I mean, that looks like a men's heat right there to me. So we've got her going to be moving on as we're going to switch over to our men. So it is back to the men's ladder, where we've got coming up first De Silva versus Schitzhofer. We're going to get that lens clean and come back with more action here live from Tarifa. Don't go anywhere. All right, so we are back with our men on the water right now. Dazio De Silva and Michael Schitzhofer. That's Michael right there, setting up for something. Oh, big slim chance from Michael Schitzhofer. as Eudazio da Silva is going to do his best. We saw Eudazio doing pretty well in that big air contest that we had. That was an impressive display. I think we're going to see him continue as that discipline carries on, as a lot of these guys really are quite good at both disciplines. Nice S-mob from Eudazio right there, as our men's competitors are still on pretty big kites. It looks like Eudazio's on a 12, which is quite a big kite for him. He's not a big guy at all, and I think Michael might even be on a 15, which is a little surprising because it sure as heck looks windier and feels windier to me here up in the tower where I am. Is Michael Schitzhofer right there from Austria with a nice back mob, landing clean. You guys definitely have been hearing his voice and seeing his face up here in the live stream booth. Always great to have him help commentate, as I'm sure you get a little sick of hearing my voices, as I do as well. So I don't take any offense to that. But we are watching, Eudazio overwinding a back mob right there and going down, putting his kite down in the drink. He's up against Michael Schitzhofer. We are just here in the second round of our men's freestyle single elimination. So this is basically our third men's heat of the day. So if you're just joining us, we've gotten, this is our third men's heat of the day. Did 4 heats of women. And we're gonna continue running heats throughout the afternoon, as we're expecting winds to stay with us. Oh, Mike with a really nice late, I'm not sure, Hinterberger mob, late mob, whatever you want to call that. But really nice laid out style on that one. Whoa. These guys are really going to be setting the bar for our next heats, as Michael almost gets that front blind around. A little bit of a splash. I'm sure we're going to see him try that one again. Boom, big old powered mob from Eudazio da Silva. Coming in hot here as our men's fleet is just waiting on deck to get on the water. We've got coming up next Alex Neto versus Forrest Becker, Spiesberger versus Tony Wan following that. So some big heats, and of course after that is Yuri Zun, the battle of the world champions, versus Aaron Hadlow. Nice grab S-mob from Mike. As these guys are moving on in to the last remaining minutes of this heat. I think we've got about, just resynced my watch, so I guess we've got a minute 45. As the beach announcer continues to just pump up this crowd on the beach. I know we can't really give you that that shot, but there's a growing crowd right now. Over the weekend we had just a ton of people, and just a great beach scene here on Playa Los Lances here in Tarifa, Spain. And we've got 4 more days of this competition, so this is day 5. So this is just the middle hump day of the event, with more action to come. We're going to try and get through as much of our freestyle discipline as we can today. Just not super certain on the win, but I think we're probably going to start our doubles if I'm not mistaken. Michael just stomping that super clean, adding a grab for style. I'm sure Eudazio saw that. and is going to answer back with a big, oh man, going down on his double attempt. He wants that. We've seen big line judge fives from him before. Seen a little bit of everything. 317s. That guy has got a lot of tricks in his bag. See what he's got for us here. He's got the green flag is down. Less than a minute remaining here. As we're getting into the last remaining seconds, and Michael missing the bar in that last trick attempt, trying to see where Dazio is. He's down in front. And just a few seconds remaining. Does he have enough time? And it looks like we still have a bunch of tricks out, so definitely too early to call it at this point. And that's going to be it for that men's heat. Right there, red flag goes up, and it looks like there's still some tricks out, so I'm not going to even attempt to say who's winning that one, but I think it might be none other than Eudazio da Silva. But Michael Schitzhofer dealing with some serious weed issues on his lines right now after that last crash. But we're going to be moving on into our next men's heat with Neto versus Baker. So that is coming up. So do stick around. There's more to come here live from Tarifa. You're locked in to the men's freestyle single elimination. All right, welcome back, everyone. Coming up next, Neto versus Baker on the water right now. We've got Forrest Baker, formerly of the Livestream cameraman, also a ripping rider, great video editor. But Neto just lighting it up straight out of the gate, as Forrest is going to have his hands full. I know Neto was really focused on performing well here at this event, but Forrest Baker definitely has got some solid tricks. Let's see if he can pull it together here in these next 7 minutes. Stomp, ooh, putting his kite down, but really inverted on that front blind. As we've got results in from that last one with De Silva advancing over Michael Schitzhofer. Pretty high scoring heat for both of those guys. 30s, low 30s for De Silva, high 20s for Schitzhofer, but Forrest Baker unfortunately putting his kite down in the water. That kite needs to basically, no one can help him because that kite is on, or the buoy is on the beach, so he has to be drift out of the competition area before anyone can help him. But those waves are not making it easy at all. As we're waiting for him to get his kite relaunched, we've got Alex Neto making short work of this freestyle course. And there goes Forrest, finally getting that kite at least to the beach's edge. Hopefully his lines are not too tangled with weeds, as definitely can be an issue here. Looks like he's up and pretty clean. And what does Neto have for us? He's kind of just waiting, it looks like, up at the top of the box, getting up to the upwind portion of the box, setting up for a toe side trick here. Boom, Chromo 5 just unloaded. Really nicely executed, good speed. This is a great venue for setting up toe side here with these kickers, and Neto's got more than his share of toe side tricks that hopefully we will see more of as we continue on through. And and it looks like Forrest is back in action here. Trying to keep my eye on the action, but a lot going on here behind the scenes. And there is Neto, looks like, setting up a nice S3. And Forrest, what has he got for us? He was pretty pleased with his heat in the trials. Or actually, there's that front blind. Oof. Definitely struggling a bit with that last one as well. Let's hope that he can put a clean one together here. He's got 2 minutes 15 remaining here in this heat, with Alex Neto and Forrest Baker on the water right now. Men's heat number 10, as Neto unloads a nice front blind mob right on the shore of the beach, as he's definitely leading this heat at the moment with a solid 32 points. Looks like Forrest really struggled to that first trick he crashed on really took its toll, and a lot of the time needed to put together and make up those points that he needs. And Alex Neto with that Chrome Hope 5, 7.10. So I think the highest scoring trick of the day right now. That Chrome Hope 5 from Alexander Neto, also showing us a nice high scoring S3, that last trick from him. Setting up toe side here. Oh! Toe side KGB. And he's definitely got a solid command of this heat right now, as Forrest is continuing his path, trying to get as many points on the board. At this point, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough time, as we're getting down to just the last remaining 30 seconds. Here on the beautiful beach in Tarifa, Spain. If you're just joining us, Dave Tyberski here at the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour, trying to get this live stream out to you guys. Hopefully everything is working and you guys are enjoying it. Lots of challenges here out on the sand, and we're actually in a natural preserve area, so definitely limited by a lot of things, but we've got the big tower out here, and we got the people, and we got the action, most importantly. So great to have you guys with us. Great to see this action unfolding as it is throughout the day. Still waiting for some of those points to come in, but Alexander Neto clearly dominating that heat right there against Forrest Baker, and moving on, as we are going to be moving next into heat versus Spiesberger versus Tony Juan. So Austria versus Spain. Tony Juan, really interesting guy to watch, up-and-comer, newcomer here from Spain, and of course Stefan Spiesberger from Austria, always a smooth dialed rider. So that one is going to be sure to be a crowd pleaser, so don't go anywhere. You're locked into the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour, and we'll be back with more here live from Los Lances Beach. Yeah, some of the crew here in Spain here throwing chakas. Good vibes all around here from everyone in Spain. But the vibes on the water right now are intense and competitive, as both these guys are hungry. As Stefan right there, nice, really nice inverted chromo. I believe that was Stefan. Actually, that was Tony Juan, I believe. Trying to get a kite check. these guys don't look, they actually kind of look, at least in the backlighting here, way far away through the computer monitor, kind of look similar. But we've got a postponement. So the postponement flag is up and the horn is sounded, so I'm not sure what the plan is, but we're waiting to hear what's going on. But definitely that heat flag went up, abandoning it. That's that blue and white checkered. We'll try and get a read on what the reason was. But in the meantime, try and keep some images coming your way. Here's, we'll try and find out what's going on. Why that heat was abandoned. Could be a number of things. But we'll try and find out and get back to you soon. And hopefully get that thing rerunning, because that was shaping up to be a solid heat. As there's Stefan right there, kind of waiting in the little shore there, wondering the same thing. Tony Kwan right there on the left in the red jersey. It's much easier to tell who they are as they are standing on the beach. That's race director Eric Trustida running up to them. Stefan not looking super stoked, but definitely communicating the start time and what's going on. So we're probably going to do stay in sequence, I would imagine. Hopefully get this underway as Tony Kwan is checking his watch. So it might be an actual heat break, and Stefan passing off his kite. That is Eric Trustida right there from Holland, the best in the biz for sure. Amazing race director, doing a terrific job at every event. And he's the one calling the shots. You can see some of our fans here waiting in the wind, waiting for the resumption, if that's even a word, continuation of that heat, which I think we're just going to do a restart, try and find out why. But looks like we're going to get back into action here sooner than later. That's Stefan Spiesberger right there from Austria. If you didn't catch his latest video that he put out, it's a great little look at where he comes from in Austria, and some really good riding and some really beautiful spot actually. So check that out if you haven't already. And I'm going to take a quick break, try and get some answers and find out when we're going to resume this heat with Tony Kwan and Stefan Spiesberger. So stick around.
stand alone like my restless heart.
All right, so we have got the word, and it's 15 seconds until the restart of that heat. So we had one heat break. There was a technical issue that would have been unfair and probably thrown things off considerably had we continued on. So we're back into sequence, and that means that red flag starts the sequence 3 minutes until the start of this next heat with Stefan Spiesberger and David Tony Juan. So keep your eyes fixed to the screen, because the new up-and-coming Spanish rider, actually there's so many, you can't even really say that, but David Tony Juan is a new face on tour and a ripping rider, and he's definitely going to be one to watch as carries on his career here with the PKRA.
I can give you up what I want to. You light me up, so I want you. I got you this time. I ain't letting go.
And there's Michael.
This time.
I think that's Michael Schitzhofer with his kite up. I'm not sure. He must be running support for one of his teammates, which is always a great thing to have. Michael kind of anchoring the best team here, along with Gisela Polito and Alex Neto and Rita Arnaus and plethora of other riders. Yuri Zun, of course. But and the beach is getting a bit of a buzz happening with kites. Looks like people are finally getting out of bed from last night's partying and out on the water. Lots more kites looking both up from the event site and down towards Dos Mares as well. A lot of people finally shaking off that night of good fun, hitting the water themselves, as we have got under a minute to the restart of our heat with David Tony Juan versus Stefan Spiesberger. And the heat is on. Big front blind mode from Stefan. Straight out of the gate, and answering back is David Tony Juan with his own version. Such a powerful looking trick. definitely great to see. It's one of the later tricks that kind of somehow came in to the repertoire just probably a couple years ago. This was the first time we saw guys passing, turning it into a mob, passing the bar in the air, and getting it around to heel side for the front blind mob. I believe that was David missing that last trick attempt going down. A little check, but he's back up and running. So if you're just joining us, we are right in the beginning of the rerun of a heat that was just started for just a few moments, probably under a minute, and then canceled. Chromob, little forced chromob from David. I didn't see what it was, a bit far away, but landed it clean, setting up toe side. Let's see what he's got with a Pete Rose. And I don't know if you saw that Pete Rose 5 from Neto. That thing was a monster. And definitely, I believe he was well rewarded for that one, putting him through easily against his heat against Forrest Baker. But it is a new heat right now, as we've got Stefan right there. With an interesting S-mob. David Tony Juan out the back from Costa Brava, Spain, railing out. I think definitely he was maybe going to go for a Hinderberger mob. But not liking the pop, bailing on it, but that is counted as a trick attempt. One of 12 that each of these riders have. Always like to recap that if you guys aren't privy to what's going on. These guys have 12 trick attempts that they're allowed to do, and whether they do a trick or crash or do a pop and load and just initiate, that is counted as one of those 12 trick attempts. Their top 5 from different families of tricks are the only 5 tricks counted. And of course we have 5 judges. So the high score and the low score is dropped, and the average of the 3 is the trick score. And the sum of those trick scores give them their total for the heat. And that pretty much sums it up. And it's interesting to see these guys adapt their riding style to the new scoring system, as well as to the judging criteria, which does evolve over time with the help of the riders. And David coming down hot on something. Couldn't really see clearly what he landed, but definitely rode away from it. Let's see if we've got some scores. That first front blind mob for both of those guys, scoring really exactly the same, interestingly enough, but still a lot of scores out. Oh, and there, Spiesberger tail grabbing. Tony Juan landing clean, a little bit of a check. As these kickers are starting to really set up as that tide drops, you can see those little flat water sections on the inside as Stefan goes for a blind judge 5. Tony Juan not liking it on that inside. It it's pretty impressive how comfortable these guys can get doing these tricks right next to the beach. And David sets up toe side for his Chromo 5 and just bangs it out right there. Nice solid execution as David Tony Juan continues to take advantage of those kickers on his toe side. It looks like we got a Chromo 5 from Spiesberger as well here. I'm seeing on the scores. Didn't catch it on camera. But a great heat shaping up from these two guys. If you're just joining us, we've got on the water right there, David Tony Juan from Spain with a nice powered back mob, little back check though, against Stefan Spiesberger right there in the white jersey from Austria. These guys just 25 seconds remaining here in this heat. Still a lot of scores out. Not sure who's in charge of this one, as I've seen some big tricks from both of these riders. That's Stefan right there. Not getting what he was looking for. And let's see if David Tony Juan, see if he's got enough time. 2-1 and not going to have enough time. Just initiating his back mob 5 at that last minute. And that's going to do it as the crowd goes nuts as David Tony Juan comes right into the area here in front of the judges tower to the applauding crowd. And red flags up, and we're moving on after this into the battle of the world champions, former world champions, Aaron Hadlow versus Yuri Zun, the UK versus Netherlands coming up, folks. So we're gonna get that lens clean and be back here in just a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All right, you've probably seen it, but that was Stefan Spiesberger inching out over the lead over David Tony Juan. So congratulations to Stefan, really ripping that heat. Really nice, solid, big tricks. Blind judge 5, Chromo 5, and that front blind mob topping the 7 mark. So really solid scores from him. David Tony Juan put a great effort in just very few points between the remaining, those last heats. It just really came down to less than a point. So awesome riding from Stefan and David Tony Juan. Unfortunately for David, he's going to have to see what he can do in the double eliminations as we are getting ready for our next heat. As we've got the battle of the world champions right now, Aaron Hadlow already opening up, which is always his trademark, is to be basically loading as the buzzer sounds. He is a hungry hungry gentleman. Is that? I don't know what I would call him. He's definitely a competitor, and he wants this. He's super high off of his last win in Germany, and definitely with Mark Jacobs out of the mix, there's definitely room for him to do some damage to that top position. He would have to basically win this event, consistently be placing higher than Christoph Tack to move into that first place spot, but it is possible, and I know that's the goal. And already some nice tricks for Aaron Hadlow. Yuri going down on that last trick attempt. As we are in the battle of the world champions, Yuri Zoon on the water from the Netherlands, Aaron Hadlow from the UK, and Yuri going large, definitely riding comfortable after his injury to his knee. He's definitely been taking some time to work his way back up to his former results, really, in the competition. He's still ripping, but hasn't been able to put it together. And a S5 from, or S-Mob 5 from Aaron Hadlow. As that is Yuri Zoon right there in the red jersey, setting up here in Los Lances Beach with a nice powered back mob. And that is Aaron setting up toe side. You're going to see a lot of different toe side tricks from Aaron, including that that one. Excuse me. He's got Tootsie Rolls, Dum Dums, Chromobes. Holy, nice front blind mob from Yuri right there. As the water is definitely looking windier. Yuri not really riding out of that one super clean. As the battle of the world champions is about midway through on the water. Aaron Hadlow. And on the screen right there on that white jersey versus Yuri Zoon. Oh, Aaron going down on a back mob 5. Yuri setting up. Nice S3. As we've got our other competitors preparing for their heats. Aaron setting up, looking for something here on the inside, looking for another toe side banger, I'm guessing, but no, goes for, oh, blind judge 5. Off the kicker. We might see a 7, I'm sure, at some point with these way things are shaping up, so it is going to be an interesting day, that is for certain. If you are just joining us, you're in the right place. As the battle of former world champion Aaron Hadlow and Yuri Zoon is on the water. 2 minutes remaining. And I'm just glad we're up and running, and you guys are getting to see some of the action here, as we definitely try our best to make that happen for you guys every event. If you were with us in Germany, or any of the other events, you know what I'm talking about. if you're new to the PKRA Tour, a new watcher, welcome. Let's see, Aaron setting up. Nice slim 5. And Yuri going for his 7 and stomping it super clean right there. Just a minute remaining. Definitely can hear the crowd just frothing here as Yuri Zun rides away clean. And Aaron looking for one of these kickers. Ooh, chroma attempt. Little bit of a splash. It's kind of a tricky one as that take off and you can the landing can be a bit technical as sometimes the water is a little bit lower on the back of the wave from the face, so you're expecting to land maybe a foot or two before you actually do, which can work out sometimes, and obviously sometimes it cannot. But Yuri setting up toe side, going for his chromo, but not really getting it away clean. Aaron setting up, rotating. Oh, missing the bar, going down. Definitely not happy at that. Right at the buzzer, missing the bar on that trick attempt, as he is going to, we're going to have to wait and see what's going on, as we have a really tight point spread between these two guys, and Aaron Hadlow could be in trouble, and I think he is going to be in trouble because I don't see that blind judge or that big trick, last trick from Yuri Zun on the scorecards yet, so still waiting for that to come in. So I think Aaron really needed that point, that last score to move on through, but I'm gonna just keep my mouth closed and wait till I hear it on the speaker, or because I am oftentimes not the right person to be making that call, but I'm seeing that blind judge 7. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen, 8.97 for that big blind judge 7. Wow, big high scoring trick right there. And of course that does put Yuri Zun taking the lead and the win with 35 points to 33 points. So a close heat, but unfortunately for Aaron Hadlow, Yuri Zun putting an early stop to his march up the ladder, and Yuri Zun is going to be continuing on, as we've got just about a minute 30 till we're into our next heat with Reno Romeo versus Paul Suran. So if you were with us for that heat, congratulations, you were at the right place at the right time. That was a spectacular heat from both of those riders. Yuri Zun advancing. There's more coming from Paul Suran and Reno Romeo up next, so stick around. There's more action to come here live from the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour. All right, solid action from that last heat right there. Let's see if we can find our guys. This one is going on. Flag is up. Reno Romeo right there, I believe. Not liking it from Reno. He was going to go for a different trick, but just ended up going for a little roll. That's Paul Charon in the red jersey from France. And Renault's been putting together some really solid heats past few events. If you've been paying attention, Mr. Renault's been having some solid results, doing really well in Fuerteventura, and then also quite well in Germany, and very well in the big air contest here. We saw one of the biggest tricks I witnessed here so far in this competition. It's definitely that big air. I was actually pretty busy doing other stuff, but a few of the tricks that I just saw this massive boost where Renault caught a gust, and I don't know, he was clearly 9 to 10. I don't actually. I'm not going to call how many feet or high up he was, but he was up there. And we got reports from NASA that they spotted him with their satellites, and we're having questions whether it was going to become an issue with some of the hardware that they have up in space. Oh, and Paul Charon going down on that S3 attempt, but getting a little piece of it. Still going to get a score. Yeah, Yuri Zun advancing that last one. A lot of people stoked. And some great riding coming from these guys. All of our competitors, man. It's just, sometimes it's just comes down to such a small margin. You almost feel bad, but you know, the points are the points, and there's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. That is Paul Charon in the red, setting up toe side for a chromo attempt, but going down, missing the bar. He'll be back. We'll see that one again, hopefully. And Renault with a nice powered back mob. Really pretty impressive to see these guys. They're going to a rotation and with such power, and then just to stop and break that rotation, you see the board land and their upper body kind of follow through, just trying to not over rotate. It's just kind of quite an expressive and explosive landing. And that was Renault getting it underneath him just in time. And Paul really looking for that chromo, I believe. Already some nice scores on the board here for Paul Charon from France. Renault Romeo versus Paul Charon here on the water. Get some of these tricks scores coming in. Both these guys really pretty tight matchup at this moment. Really kind of even scores. Definitely Renault needs to get a few more on the board, but similar scoring tricks, mid sixes, 6 to the mid sixes, which is a solid scoring. Solid number for sure. You'll see some of the lower scoring tricks being kind of the simple, more basic tricks that usually don't end up scoring into the sixes, like the blind judge and 313. But Paul going down, really kind of struggling here in the last minute and a half here of this men's heat number 13. As the tide continues to drop, setting up here for these guys, these nice ramps, a bit of flat water in between. All with a 3-1-3. And Renault landing clean. Let's see if these scores are posting, as it does take a bit for the head judge to approve all his trick scores as they come in on their network. He's actually doing a lot of data entry, basically. As we're getting down to the last 10 seconds with Renault Romeo from Brazil versus Paul Ceron on the water right now. Just 3 seconds and the buzzer sounds, as we're gonna have to wait and see who's moving on through that heat. I'm seeing a bunch of tricks out still for Renault, and I think he threw some other stuff, so I don't think that that is all in, and it's definitely not. So we're gonna have to wait. Looks like he's got a bit of a stash going on in that photo. Mustaches and beards are definitely a current theme running throughout the world, really, on all fronts. Is that Gisela? That is Gisela Polito right there, getting ready for her heats. As we're going to finish up the men's. So we've got 3 more men's heats, and then we're going to go into the women's, and we'll see Polito in the second women's heat up against Bagnoli, who had a really impressive heat. I was talking a lot with Bruno Kajia at that time, but we did see some really solid tricks from Bagnoli from Italy. So we'll look forward to that. That's Jeremy right there filming for our videos and TV show that come out of this every event. And that's pretty much what it looks like from behind the scenes. And if you ever see those, you probably recognize my voice, as we worked countless hours here at the PKRA, bringing the action, getting it out, getting it in print, putting it online, and into the brains of the peoples. So hope you guys enjoy it anyway. Great heat right there from Renault. Still waiting for the result on that one. Let me see if it has come in yet. And it does. Paul Ceron is the winner. So Paul Ceron advancing out of that last round. Coming up, Liam Whaley, the Tarifan Terror, just lives nothing more than, I don't know, a handful of kite line lengths down the beach here. And he is no stranger to these conditions. Less than a minute remaining till the start of that one. We'll be right back with more here from Tarifa. Don't go anywhere. The green flag goes up. And a big S3 out of the gate from Liam, I believe. Yep, there is Ariel nice S mode. Landon. And that is Liam right there. What color jerseys he got on? I'm trying to give you guys that visual. I think that's a green jersey on Liam. Boom, back mode 5. Liam is an impressive young man on many fronts. And kiteboarding, he knows what he's doing. Basically training at this spot every day. Nice front blind mode from Ariel. Super fast, not super high, but good speed in and out of the trick. We saw Ariel Cornell winning our big air contest so far. And that is a so far because depending on how much we get done, if we get through our double eliminations and still have wins, boom. Stomping a big front blind mode, Liam Whaley right there. As I was saying, that yeah, we'll run another round of the big air. So it could be a double elimination. So he could not be the winner potentially. But I guess we'll call it a single elimination that he won. But that might be all we get as he unloads right there on a nice back mode. Spending a lot of time in Germany, but from the Dominican Republic. And definitely still goes back, hanging with all the boys and friends. Ooh, nice tail grab. And Ariel answering back with his own KGB grab. Let's see what Liam has got for us. Liam's got some toe side stuff. I'm sure we're going to see him. Liam's got some big high scoring potential in his KGBs. Definitely one of his solid tricks that he really likes to go big on. Kind of textbook style coming out of his KGBs. As we're moving on here, 3 o'clock, 3:05 here at Los Lances Beach in beautiful Tarifa, Spain, where the Atlantic and Mediterranean meet just across from Morocco. Quite an amazing place. And I'm sure many of you guys have been here plenty of times. If not, put it on the map and get out here, because it is an interesting place and sight to be seen. Beautiful nature and a great little town. And obviously world-class kiteboarding conditions. As Ariel Cornell here from the Dominican Republic sets up for a nice solid chromo 5, just getting really a lot of speed coming out of that one as well. That is going to be a nice scoring trick for him. As Liam Whaley is got a bit of a lead. $34.17 to $25.66. But still plenty of time. 2 minutes 14 remaining here. Enough for Ariel to put some more points on the board. And I'm sure Liam is going to do his best to keep those points at bay, or keep his lead that he's managed to have. He's got a pretty solid lead at the moment. Ariel rides away from that one clean. Got some nice scoring. That S-Mode 5 tail grab from Liam scored a 6.73. And that last KGB at 6.87. But that back mob 5 was the highest scoring trick. And ooh, Ariel, I think looking for a double, just getting a 3-1-3 on his tack out. And I think he knows he needs to really put something together here in the last minute 15 remaining here in our men's heat number 14 with Liam Whaley and Ariel Corniel. Both these guys on pretty big kites. Seems to be the theme for the day, looking at anywhere from 12 to 14, 15-meter kites for the guys. Saw had some of our ladies earlier on 9s to 11s, but optimal, ideal freestyle conditions. Still, maybe they might want to be a little bit, a kite size a little bit smaller. Liam going for a double, but going down. But this is pretty much textbook conditions for Tarifa. This wind speed, lots of days here in this wind direction being same strength as we have on the water right now, which is about 15 to 20 knots, but a little bit of current here with the being a little bit more onshore. And there's his blind judge 5, but his back getting pulled away. Not really landing clean and then ending up on the beach, and I'm not sure how that is going to affect, but that's going to be it at the buzzer right there. Looked like he was just really trying to pull something together there at the last minutes. We'll see if it actually added up. That Chroma 5 finally coming in, and the crowd clapping for a very proud Liam Whaley. As we're going to throw to a quick break, come back with a final results. Right now I'm seeing Liam Whaley inching him out over Corniel, but we'll have to confirm that here when we come back. So stick around, there's more coming up. Next is Posito Martinez from the DR versus Sergei Borisov from the Russian Federation.
today. Deep in my heart, I hold the word I need to say.
And we're back with more action here live from Tarifa on the water. Martinez, Posito Martinez, and Sergei Borisov. That is Borisov right there on a 13-meter kite. And that is Posito Martinez, going down right off the bat. But we will see him hopefully recover that kite quickly, as that is kind of definitely a bad spot. As he gets, hopefully can get that thing up, but that current, man, right there is just not a good spot. Hopefully that wave's taking it a little bit deeper into the window might make it a little easier for him to get it up, and there it goes. Luckily for him is Sergey with a nice S mob, I believe, from Borisov out the back from the Russian Federation. We saw Placido Martinez doing some really impressive, I think some really impressive jumps in his heats in the big air. Ooh, and Borisov just out of my view. It's a fine line whether I keep my eye on the monitor or try and look and see it live. But I missed that one. Hopefully, I think our camera caught it. But on the water, Placido Martinez right there from the Dominican Republic. The man has been known to throw some incredible double handle pass tricks, 317s, blind judge 5s, blind judge 7s. And hopefully we'll see some of that action from him today here in this heat. Definitely the potential is there as the conditions are quite optimal. Placido is on a 12 meter, Sergey on a 13 meter, double S1 or double S3, I think, from Sergey right there. I think he doubled that. As these guys are making their way back out to sea. It looks like the wind is pretty much staying the same direction. I was chatting with Bruna Kajia earlier about whether it was going to swing a little bit, but at this point it's pretty much stayed this same quite onshore direction throughout the whole morning as we got underway. I think just before 1 o'clock. So already a few hours deep here into the main event single elimination. Oh, and I'm sorry, Placido going down, missing the bar, not having an easy go. You can see right in front of the tower here in this onshore wind. Got a pretty good perspective. You can see Ariel Cornell seeing if, keeping an eye on Placido right there in case he wants another kite or needs any assistance. And Placido's kite putting a little drop of water on our camera lens. Ooh. And Borisov going down on a front blind attempt. I was chatting with Sergey, seeing if he was at that Russian event, because we've got Eric Reinstra up in our judges tower. He was at that event, actually taking the event. Sergey said he wasn't a huge fan of the kickers and sliders, but I said Artem was pretty much killing it, one of our other Russian riders. And that is that Rail Masters event, I believe, as they call it. I'm not just sure. Oh, man. Scorpion right there. That is not a good place where you want to land, and hopefully that he is okay. But man, being locked in like that and you're just got that rotation going down, it's, that board can come back around and hit you. So, oh, interesting front blind attempt from Placido Martinez, who's really struggling to get his board underneath him and ride away clean from some of these tricks, but definitely going for it. Hopefully we see him put something together here, as Sergey Borisov is pretty much stealing this one at the moment with minute 40 remaining. And there goes a kite switch for Presido. Sergey out the back, getting that front line. If seem like I'm talking loud, like I can't hear myself, it's probably because I can't hear myself sometimes, or maybe I can hear myself too much. Pretty loud up here on the tower, so at least you're getting a little bit of the beach ambiance and what it's like to be here beachside as Presido, Slim 5 right there. And he needed that. Or was that Sergey? That was Sergey. Okay. Ooh, oh, ho, 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 ho. Insane. I had to, man, that was impressive from Placido Martinez. I don't even know what it was. I had to change view from the camera to around the cameraman, and I saw him land and go massive with his kite way down low, taking advantage of that kicker, and the crowd went crazy, as well as did I. And I'm not even sure what it was, so we'll have to wait to see. But you know what? That's what I want to see. If you're going to go down, throw something insane. And we did see some pretty insane stuff from Placido Martinez. I don't think it's going to be in enough time and scoring as high as he needs, as he had a pretty tough heat, not riding with the consistency that we've seen from him in the past, but throwing a banger trick right there at the end off of that kicker. Hopefully it was caught on the camera. As you can see, some of the fans here from the beach, as we're gonna get ready for our next round, which I think is going to be, let's see, who was it going through? It was Cloytons. So we're gonna see Tack versus Cloytons coming up, as there's more coming from Tarifa. This is gonna do it after this heat for our second round. Men, it's getting thick, folks, so hope you're enjoying the show. We'll be back with more here from the beach in just a second. All right, we are back with our last heat of the second round on the water. Christoph Tack, come on, Belgium. That's what people are saying. And he can do it. He can do it. He's got the skills. I've seen him land a few tricks. But Cloytons, if Cloytons has anything to say about it, it might be a different story. So we'll just have to wait and see. As on the water is Tack versus Kleutens. Currently sitting in first place, this is Christoph Tack. Nice front blind mob from Christoph. Definitely sitting in a pretty good position at the moment, especially with Aaron Hadlow getting taken out so early on. If he is going to come up and do any damage, he's going to have a climb to get there. Not saying that Kleutens can't win this. Definitely it is anyone's heat. As you all know, both these guys have got some... Oh, right there, Kleutens just says, you know what? I'm here, and I'm going to take this one home. So both these guys hungry for this one, as we're just getting into it with 5 minutes 30 remaining. Landing on the back of the wave a bit there, Christoph. And we had, obviously, that last heat was Borisov advancing over Martinez. It was basically a one-handed front blind mob off of that kicker that just looked awesome. It was definitely probably the highlight of the tricks that I actually kind of saw. But definitely entertaining for sure. Great to see different variations of tricks come in. Sometimes, you know, a trick just takes on a whole new life when you do a subtle well, it's not a subtle variation, taking off on a kicker or just with one hand, but definitely interesting to see. And we should see some toe side tricks off these kickers from Christoph as well. Definitely going to be looking for his stock toe side moves. Depending on where he is in the heat, it looks like Jerome's not giving an inch at all, with some solid tricks coming out of our competitor, Jerome Kleutens, with a nice KGB from Christoph. Still waiting for these tricks, scores to come in. Wow, okay. Belgium. Jerome is from Belgium. At least his flag is saying that he is. Which makes sense if he has a little bit of a French accent. But all these guys, multi-linguists, pretty impressive actually. A lot of these European guys speaking at least 3 different languages, 2, 3 easily. As the sun starts to get a little bit lower, we're going to get a little bit backlit on our further to the right is Christoph. Just is unloading, riding comfortably, seemingly unaware that Jerome is giving him a run for his money. But Christoph definitely with a nice lead. With big scoring. Oh, he already got a Chrome Up 5 under his belt. Didn't see that one. Nice 7.29. That's right. They're both from Belgium. Thanks for clarifying that. I think Jerome spends a lot of time here, though. But either way, Belgium's going to win for this heat. Proud day. As there's some rippers coming out. I remember actually competing in Belgium a long time ago. And definitely some really fun conditions to be had. As yeah, Northern Europe actually has got some really terrific conditions. Holland, Belgium, Germany, some really fantastic spots to be had. Definitely want to wear a wetsuit. Oh, that's Mob 5 from Christoph. As he continues to put points on the board, Jerome is just almost just a step behind him. But I think just a minute remaining. It's going to come down here to the wire. Can Jerome pull it together? Would be a big upset for Christoph here as he's sitting in first position. Oh, with a big, massive something or other from Jerome. I just saw him flying through the air. Looked like a double pass attempt, but going down, and I think losing his kite. Actually, he did. So that's going to do it for Jerome. I don't know if he's going to have enough time to get back to his kite and get another trick, but there's 20 seconds. So crazier things have happened. Christoph taking advantage of the situation with a nice, almost a whirly bird. And Jerome, 1 second, just in the nick of time, not getting it, getting the kite back, but not getting another trick attempt. But great effort from both of those guys. But it looks like Christoph is going to be taking that one home as a proud day for Belgium. Christoph Tack definitely on track to be our world champion, depending on how this event goes, as well as a number of others, but definitely sitting in that first solid spot. He's got Liam Whaley nipping at his toes, as well as Neto, Aaron Hadlow, and of course Mark Jacobs. Unfortunately, Mark is out. Don't know if we'll see him back on the tour this season, unfortunately. So Mark, if you're watching, I don't know what time it is down in Kiwi land, but man, so sorry to hear about your injury, and wish you the best on your recovery, and see you back doing crazy stuff here with us on tour. So anyways, that was Christoph Tack advancing, I believe, pretty certain, over Jerome Kloitens, but a nice heat from Jerome. Solid effort for sure, but we'll wait for that confirmation to come in as we're going to be switching gears over to our ladies. I'm going to take a quick break here and set you guys up for what is going to be the next heat, which is going to be Bruna Kajia versus Julia Castro. So her time has come. Bruna Kajia up against Julia Castro from Spain coming up. We're here live in Tarifa with the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour. Don't go anywhere, there's more action coming your way.
Looking back on all the things we've done, and I have noticed in myself I could have changed it all.
And that's Bruna Kajia going boom on a blind judge right out of the gate against Julia Castro. That's her out the back. Looks like we've got just a recreational rider coming through downwind of Julia. Hopefully that that rider gets out of the competition area, as we want a level playing field with a solid 3-1-3 from Bruna. Really comfortable, riding really strong. Ooh, Julia answering back, but hiccuping a bit there on the landing. If you're just joining us, we are at the second round of our ladies in their single elimination here at the Freestyle main event. Bruna Kajia, one of the top 3 women in the world, year after year after year. Nice S-bend up line. We're up against Julia Castro. I just met Julia this year in Fuerteventura. Very nice girl. And ripping, we saw some big tricks from her in their first round against Kashalang. And we'll hopefully see more. Both of these ladies riding for Air Rush Kiteboarding, one of our industry partners. Big thanks to all our industry partners. They know who they are. If you don't, you should. Of course, it is Best Kiteboarding, North Kiteboarding, F1 Kiteboarding, Air Rush Kiteboarding. And of course, Ozone, our industry partners. So thanks to those guys for making such great products and keeping the fun alive. As we've got about halfway through this heat, I believe that is Julia right there, loading up, back rolling. I think she's going for a back to blind, not really getting the pop she needed. And there's Bruna flying through the frame. As we're moving on into the afternoon, 3 minutes, or not 3 minutes, 3 o'clock. 3 minutes, 3 o'clock 36 is what time it is here. Wherever you guys are watching from, I hope you're having a great day here. It's Wednesday, hump day. It's pretty much hump day for the event as well, as day 5 of a 9-day event. So plenty of time for action to continue throughout the week with our double elimination, of course, and then possibly another round of our big air, which would be a treat. And Julia, I guess she's going for a back to wrap, but missing the bar, going down. That's Bruna Kajia right there in the white jersey, hair pinned up. She was just here in the booth with us earlier, if you were lucky enough to be tuning in at that time. Oh, and she shows us, well, it looked like she was going to ride away clean from that back to blind, but kind of stuffed her nose at the last minute and went down, but taking it all in stride, she's going to head on out and probably see that one again. As Julia Castro, the pride of Spain, from Fuerteventura. 100% Canario. I don't know, Canaria, I think. I'm not sure, but definitely living and training on the island of Fuerteventura, which is part of Spain, and home to one of our stops. Another great event there this year with the helper Rene Igli and his whole crew. Ooh, and Bruna knows how to do it right there, just perfectly. She knows as soon as you feel that pressure on the bar, like it's going to be too much, to fade to your heel side and kind of carve towards the kite. You could really see it was, it's kind of a, I mean, it's pretty much how you have to land some of the times, but if you're not landing with, if you're landing with too much wind in the kite, too much power, that's on that trick right there, just carving away from it right there was the right thing to do, making the pass and riding away clean, putting more tricks and more points on her scorecard, as we've got just 10 seconds here remaining for this women's heat number 5, which is the first heat of second round. Julia Castro going big, a blind judge, but checking out of it and not getting it all the way clean as the red flag goes up, and we are going to be moving on, and with, I believe, Bruna Kajia advancing from that heat, as I am going to find something to put on, because it is really chilly actually up here in the shade after a number of very, very hot days, sweating. Today with the Poniente winds, a bit crisp. So we're going to throw to a quick break. I'm going to be right back with more action here live from Tarifa. If you're just joining us, stick around. There's more to come. We've got world champion Gisela Pulido versus Francesca Bagnoli from Italy versus Spain coming up next. All right, and the heat is on. It is back to the action with none other than world champion Gisela Pulido versus Bagnoli. Bagnoli going down on a big blind judge, her first trick, but definitely charging. Kite low, really nice power. which is went pretty big, but didn't pull it together at the end. As she's got a formidable competitor, Gisela Pulido, living and training right here. If you paid attention to any of our press releases, she had a quote in one of them saying she's ready for anything because she knows this place is better than anyone else, really. With a nice S1, getting cheers from the crowd and throwing a nice thumbs up, acknowledging that she can hear them and appreciate the support. As Bagnoli, our competitor from Italy, is still getting her kite back up and running, and she's back. Let's see what Gisela has for us on this tack coming in. Bagnoli going for a 3-1-3 and putting her kite down for the second time in a row, which is not what you want to do when you're in a heat against the world champion. Definitely Gisela's going to take advantage of that power play and continue to put some points on the board, as she's got plenty of tricks in her belt and in her bag. As Gisela is just riding around doing trick after trick. Our competitor Bagnoli is struggling to get her board back under her feet and land clean, but going for it nonetheless. I mean, just charging. Unfortunately for her, not really putting it together. If any of those tricks she's thrown connect, it's going to be a nice scoring trick, but up to this point we haven't seen it happen. And Gisela has managed to get some solid points already here with about half of the heat done, 3 minutes 30 remaining. As the crowd whoops up Gigi, how she was formerly known when she was a young girl. It's amazing. She started at the ripe young age of, I don't even know, 9 or 10 in competitions, actually before she was actually eligible to compete on the PKRA. I think the age back then was 13 and she was too young. But you can hear the crowd here whooping it up for her. And was that Bagnoli? I think that was, no, I'm not sure if that was Bagnoli or Gisela, but Bagnoli checking her watch there, getting it, realizing that she's not time rich at the moment, just over 2 minutes remaining. Ooh, and Gisela goes down on her S-mode, bouncing out, but still already a bunch of nice tricks on her side of the column.
We're in the cloud.
lost it. Okay, shoots. All right. If you want to see the sets, you got to hit refresh. Just Gisela Polito right there throwing a nice front blind right in front of the crowd here just at the last seconds of that heat. And that's going to wrap that one up and put her in charge. And moving on into the next round over Bagnoli. Bagnoli never really pulling it together, unfortunately, but solid heat from Polito. And definitely you could see potential from Bagnoli had she really ridden away from any of those tricks clean. Good power, but unfortunately not her day. As we're going to move on to our next one, which is Lammerts, Annalise Lammerts, and she's going to come up, I believe, against Christine Oya. So we will be back here in just a quick second, seeing the next round here with Lammerts versus Oya coming up. Don't go away. And we're back to the action here from Tarifa, Spain, from the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour. That was Gisela Polito advancing out of that last round against her competitor Bagnoli. And on the water right now is Annalise Lammerts, another strong up-and-comer. And Oya, also talented rider. I'm seeing some smaller kites out there on the moment. It looks like Lammerts is on her 10-meter. Oya, I'm not sure at this point, but might be about the same. As we're getting a little bit backlit here as the sun is crossing the sky from east to west, as the wind did yesterday. Changing from Levante, which is from the east, to Poniente, which is from the west. Good way to remember that. Levante is where the sun comes up. I guess it only makes sense if you know what levantar means in Spanish, which means to rise or to come up. So that's the Levante winds, which comes from where the sun comes up, which is from the east. That's pretty much my point, but more importantly, folks, is the action on the water with Lammerts And Oya going for it. I think I'm going to have to stand up a bit as my view is a bit limited. Annalise is riding her purple and blue kite, RPM, 10 meter, as she sets up for shifty wrap, or 313. All right, we've got Lammerts and Oya still doing battle with Lammerts with a nice little bit of a lead. With a minute 40 remaining here in this women's heat, number 7 of the double second round rather. Ooh, and I think that was Lammerts going down, overwinding, and Oya landing clean out the back just behind her. As we are getting down into the last minute here of this women's heat with Netherlands versus Estonia. It is anyone's guess how this one's going to wind up, but we've got a solid lead right now from Annalise Lammerts. She's been an impressive rider throughout the past few events, putting together some solid heats and some solid finishes. Saw her doing well in the slalom. Jeez, and landing clean right there. That could be the one to do it, as the clock is ticking. Just 30 seconds remaining here in this women's battle. Kristen Oya checking her watch. She knows she's got just a little bit of time remaining. And Lammerts with a nice back to blind, riding with really nice, consistent tricks. Putting together a solid heat here. Is it going to be enough? Kristen Oya right on her tail, but I think that could do it. Ooh. And Lammerts missing that last trick attempt, but we'll have to wait to see what the judges think, as this one is too close to call at the moment. But that's going to do it for our third heat of the second round. That was Lammerts versus Oya. And coming up, that last women's heat from the last round was Paula Novotna, riding really strong, and she's going to come up and meet our former world champion Karolina Winkowska from Poland. So we've got Poland versus Czech Republic, the Battle of Eastern Europe, coming up in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere. There's more action to be had here from the beach in beautiful Tarifa, Spain.
Rhythmatic.
All right, and the heat is on. Karolina Winkowska versus Paula Novotná. Oh, and Paula already coming down clean on her first trick attempt, way at the top of the box. Karolina going down on her first try. Plenty of time. As Paula Novotná from the Czech Republic is doing her best to upset her competitor here, as Paula is returning back from an injury, riding really strong, and definitely putting together a fantastic heat so far. Line judge and a 3-1-3, I believe, for her already. And I think Karolina is still trying to put something down, but we will have to wait and see. Oh, and there goes Karolina. As we wind on into the later hours of the afternoon, 4 o'clock rather, with Paula Novotná versus Karolina Winkowska, with a back to blind, I believe, from Novotná out the back. She's being a little safe with her kite high, but sometimes that can really... I missed that from Karolina. But Karolina did something. Trying to stand up and take a look here. Ooh, an S. Like an S-mobe attempt from Novotná, but going down, putting her kite in that danger zone where you don't want to be. As you can probably hear, the wind is still blowing through the tower up here on the beach, on the edge of the sea where the Atlantic meets the Mediterranean. and where Karolina Winkowska shows the world what women's kiteboarding should look like. She is quite a charger and definitely an inspiration for all the female kiteboarders out there, both in her athleticism and talent, but also just a fantastic person. Super cool and great girl to hang out with and chat with if you ever get a chance. Great to see her dad back as well. He was down with an injury. And Karolina missing her back to blind again. I think that she tried that earlier, went down on it early on as well. But both these ladies seemingly quite powered because they're both still way out at the top of the box. There goes Novotna with her S-Mob. Getting it, but Kite quite high on a few of her tricks, I've noticed. Judges really want to see the Kite position a little bit lower. Definitely rewarding the risk factor, putting more power into your kite. And there she goes, Karolina getting it. As this heat continues on, 2 minutes 40 remaining here between these two ladies. The Battle of Eastern Europe, Poland versus Czech Republic. And that last heat, we had Lammerts moving on. If you caught that one, Annalise Lammerts is definitely making a dent in some of these score sheets. And she'll be advancing in that into the next round. That's right. If you want to see the sesh, hit refresh is the theme of the day, as the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour is coming to you live from the beach here at Playa Los Lances. I'm Dave Tyberski, trying to keep this thing up and running. Hope you guys are enjoying it, as we've got some incredibly talented riders on the water. At the moment, Karolina Winkowska and Paula Novotna, two of the top ladies, battling. And it's a pretty tight matchup at the moment from what I'm seeing at this point. We've got just 45 seconds remaining with just a small lead for Karolina Winkowska, but it doesn't really matter what the lead is. I've seen so many close heats come down to fractions of a point that it really... Ooh, nice front blind from Karolina. She's got an ever-expanding arsenal of tricks. And it's just great to have Paula back here after her injury. And throwing, going for back mob right at the last minute, but that's going to be the red flag up. And we've got our second round of the women done for today. We're going to move on into the semis finals of our next women's heats, which are coming up after the men's quarterfinals. So we've got coming up next our men's quarterfinals. I'm going to put that together for you guys as we are getting into the afternoon hours. And we'll be back with more action from the men here coming up live from Tarifa. Don't go anywhere.
I think you know the rules of our game.
I have no time to play games.
Sometimes I flow staccato, strip you of vibrato while you be acting macho. I try and switch it up. I see the games you play and the traps you lay. Not fit to fall in, but I'll let you play them anyway. Sometimes I flow staccato, strip you of vibrato while you be acting macho. I try and switch it up. I see the games you play and the traps you lay. Not fit to fall in, but I'll let you play them anyway. Sit, hear the clock tick, watch the leads on the plant flick from the fan above the room and I lit. Head trip, deliver it. Cease fighting the feeling and submit. Flow with it like the path pre-existing. Hidden codes Masonic. They peep us like a webcam from the pyramid's attic. Pass from hand to hand. Let's say coincidence. Or better yet, sixth sense. My instincts telling me to back up from that handshake. That was
right. Back to the men in 30 seconds. If you are with us, thank you for being here. And welcome to the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour, day 5. I'm Dave Tyberski, talking to you through the action, actually bringing you the action. As we just wrapped up our second round of the women's. Coming up, we've got Eudazio da Silva versus Alexander Neto as the horn sounds. And Eudazio da Silva sets out on a big S3 rather, straight into it. And Alex Neto answers back with his own. Straight into some solid action from these guys. All Brazilian heat. This is the Battle of Brazil. Both these boys from the state of Ceará. A nice back mode from Eudazio. Ooh, sick tail grab S mode from Neto. I think that was a front blind, I think, from Eudazio. Not a whole lot of amplitude. As we are seeing the kickers remain, which is a good thing. And there's kickers pretty much all the way from the beach all the way out to about 50 meters off the beach or more, which is great. You got plenty of time to set up and go for it with a big Hinderberger mode from Neto. Ooh, Eudazio coming down with a splash. I'm not sure what he threw there. As we are getting into this heat, Neto setting up toe side, big chromo 5. Oh, same trick for trick right there. Da Silva and Neto seemingly knowing what the other is going to do. Started off with the same trick, and both of them just throwing that same trick right there, chromo 5, one after the other off of kickers. And that's what I want to see. I want to see these guys throw down and really going for it, as they clearly are here in our first men's heat of our quarterfinals. All Brazil heat on the water right now. Ooh, double Hinderberger move attempt. Neto, textbook KGB with a nice grab. That one is solid. A little bit of a lead last count from Eudazio, but that last trick from Neto is really going to make a difference. But so these, I would just say these guys are neck and neck that means anything. Not sure where that term came from, but I think from horse racing, if you really want to go there. Like he's going for a Pete Rose, I think. As we are getting down to the hour of power where we are just going to see massive tricks like that. Front blind mobe right there from Eudazio. Oh, Pete Rose from Neto. We saw Pete Rose 5 out of him last heat. Ooh, Hinderberger 5 from Eudazio bouncing out as the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour 2014 carries on. The Battle of Brazil, more specifically the Battle of the State of Ceará, is on the water. Can you possibly tweak that out a little bit more, Mr. Neto, please? As definitely these guys expressing themselves here in this amazing heat between these two talented riders. Eudazio da Silva ending up on the beach after a clean landing. Neto still just throwing tricks. It looks like he's really wanting something off of that kicker. He's just short tacking here on the inside. What's he gonna do? He's going to definitely square off on one of these kickers here. Both these guys really not even giving an inch, both of them just short tacking. I'm sure there's a lot of strategy that goes into that as far as, you know, just being in the face of your competitor, as well as just saying, hey, I'm going to do everything I can to get as many tricks down here. And we're getting down to the wire with already a ton of tricks out there. These guys, as you may or may not know, oh, and the double. Blind Judge 5 right there from Eudazio, super clean. And that could be it for his trick attempts. Let me count here. 12 trick attempts from these guys is the max, and they are down to the last 20 seconds, 25 seconds here. Probably one of the best heats we've seen all day right now, just going for broke, both of these guys. And ooh, Neto clearly looking for his own Blood Judge 5, but not getting it. And Eudazio coming in, probably looking for a 7.317, but that was an amazing heat right there from those guys. You can see some of the crew up here on the tower, VIP area next to our flags. But what an amazing heat right there. That was pretty impressive action from both of those guys. I'm not sure who's going to take home the bacon, but right now it is a very, very close spread with less than a point separating those two guys. Quick refresh to check it out, and still out. So I'm going to take a quick break and just decompress after that action right there and prepare myself mentally and emotionally, as well as all of you should, for this next one. Stefan Spiesberger versus Yuri Zun coming up. All right, we are back. And Yuri Zun opens up the heat against Stefan Spiesberger, who had an amazing heat. And a front line from Stefan, a little bit of a hiccup on the landing. As we had results dropping from that last heat with Neto versus Idazio. The Idazio de Silva taking home the bacon, moving through to the next round where he'll meet the winner of this heat. As both these guys are riding pretty consistent. Nice KGB from Yuri Zun from the Netherlands. A lot of Yuri Zun fans out there. How can you not be? Such a great guy. Ooh, and Stefan stomping the front blind mob. Yuri pulling out classic Yuri style, putting it down on paper. Oh, and Stefan really stylish S-Moke with a grab. 5 minutes remaining here. This is it's shaping up to be quite a battle. Yuri's hungry. He's been building up his confidence after his injury. Oh, and Stefan stomps a nice chroma 5. Stefan is really riding pretty solid today. Quite impressed. Putting together a nice heat so far. As Yuri Zun coming in here in the red jersey. NIS 5 from Yuri Zun. As we got about half the heat remaining. And these are 7-minute heats. If you didn't figure that one out, or I guess it's probably not something that most people know. So 7-minute heats, 3-minute transitions. So we've got 10-minute sequences. So if you're trying to figure out when to be in front of your computer for a specific heat, you can count that each round of heats, or each heat, including the break between heats and the heat itself, is 10 minutes. As Stefan Spiesberger is making his way in, and Yuri Zun his way out. That's Stefan setting up in the white jersey. Landing another trick. Yuri out to sea. Let's see what he's got for us. As he's trying to make his way back upwind. Still plenty of time, so he looks like he's taking a longer tack here. Trying to get back up in front of the judges. Oh, Stefan goes for a 5, line judge 5. Goes down pretty hard. And Stefan getting his kite back up finally, man. This is a battle here between these two riders. A really tight matchup, equally impressive battle right now shaping up between these two riders with less than a point between them, with a minute 40 remaining here in this first heat of the men's quarterfinals, let's put it that way. Or second heat of the men's quarterfinals, rather. I am trying to stay warm up here, but the action is definitely heating up here as we're moving on towards these impressive heats with that heat of the Brazilians, Dazio da Silva over Neto, really setting the bar for some great kiteboarding action. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it wherever you're tuning in from. Oh, and there goes Yuri with a 7. Blind Judge 7, stomped super clean. That is one of the hardest tricks you can do. And that type of execution was that's going to be one of the most high scoring tricks of this heat so far for sure. And just 30 seconds remaining here in this last heat. Yuri is going for something. And I know Stefan probably saw that 7 and really is going to be doing everything he can do to make that difference up as he's setting up for his last trick. And it's not going to be enough as the time ticks away. And that's going to do it for that men's heat number 18 with Stefan Spiesberger and Yuri Zun right there, high-fiving, just missing it. But definitely think Yuri Zun is going to be taking that one home. But really great battle that we saw right there. Hopefully you guys are enjoying that as much as I was. But trying to get these final score tally. And we'll be back with our next heat, which is going to be Paul Ceron versus local boy, the Tarifan Terror. I don't know why I started calling him that, but I did when he was 15, so that was only 2 years ago, I guess. But Liam Whaley, nonetheless, from right here at Playa Los Lances, spending most of his time right here training and learning to kiteboard where this event is taking place. So that is coming your way. Still waiting for those scores to load, and we'll be back here with our next round. Heat number 19, Ceron versus Whaley.
Oh yeah.
Wow, what's the matter? Come on, let's try to really cook it.
All right, and we are back with our heat number 19 from France, Paul Ceron. And Liam Whaley from Tarifa right here. Oh, overwinding a front blind mob. That's Liam Whaley. That's one of his signature tricks. And Saran riding really well in his earlier rounds, already advancing through 2 heats, taking down Arpa in the first round, Romeo in the second round. So pretty much an upset right there from Saran versus Romeo. As Saran continues to impress, that right there in the green jersey, not that you can actually tell what color it is right now in this lighting, but that's Liam Whaley heading out to sea. As we've got a little bit of a catch-up that Liam needs to do as he went down, crashing his kite a little bit early in this heat, but still plenty of time. 4 minutes 45 remaining here. And it looks like he's still already managed to get some solid points, but it's anyone's game right now with Saran riding the way he's been riding. Impressive. France versus Spain on the water right now. Hope you guys are enjoying it. That is Saran right there, setting up toe side, goofy footer. Holy, sick. Chromo 5 attempt, but coming undone as Liam Whaley is going to make his pass in towards the beach. Let's see what he's got for us. Point-wise, we look like we've got Saran with a little bit of an advantage at the moment, as we heard Gisela Polito mention earlier. There's a little bit of pressure being in your hometown. NIS 5 right there from Saran. But yeah, the pressure, I'm sure, is formidable, being in at your home spot in front of friends and family. But Liam says, you know what, that's all right, I got it. Chrome up 5. With 2 minutes 15 remaining here, Pearl Saran sets up for his chromo, getting it. You can see he's seemingly very empowered, as we've just, that first Brazilian heat really set the bar for some close heats to follow, as we had Yuri Zun advancing that last heat over Stefan Spiesberger by close heat all the way through, but in the end I think it was 3 or 4 points separating the two. And this is shaping up to be a pretty close heat right now as well, as it's just tit for tat right now, with Paul Saran outside. Inside right there on screen is Liam Whaley. I think Liam's going to come in and look for a kicker. Super fluid riding from both these guys. And Liam, oh my gosh, just coming undone, going for a big double S3 off a kicker and missing the bar. And cameraman kind of got to it mid-air. I saw it out of the corner. And had he landed it, would have been a good one. But I just love seeing guys fly through the air with their kite 45, just hucking themselves off kickers. It's definitely makes for a great time as Liam swaps up kites and Paul Sharon goes down on a trick attempt outside. Let's see if this smaller kite does anything for Liam, but you know what? I think it's going to be a little too late as there's just less than 10 seconds on the clock with I don't see it happening, and that's going to be it. And that could be, I'm not sure what that's going to be other than a close heat. It could be an upset. It could be Liam Whaley taking it. We're going to have to wait and see, as it is a very close heat from both of those riders. Paul Sharon right now, I'm seeing Liam Whaley with a bit of a lead. Not sure if there was anything coming in from Paul later on that would make that point spread change. So we're going to have to wait and see for the official results. And in the meantime, we'll set you up for our next one, which is going to be Borisov and Tak, Belgium versus the Russian Federation, getting ready to hit the water. So we'll be back with more here live from the beach in beautiful Tarifa, Spain. All right. Still, we are waiting for those results from that last one. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. But right now on the water is Borisov and Tak, Sergey, and Mr. Christoph, the man with the beautiful flowing hair from Belgium. Ooh, and Sergey not budging an inch with an S-Mob 5. See what Tak has for us heading out. And he's short tacking, coming in for something, trying to get some early points on the judges' tablets as he Goes for a nice back moog 5, textbook, super stylish, really solid landing. Borisov coming in with a nice grab KGB, but coming unglued on the landing. Kite getting away from him. When you pass to your backhand like that, and your kite isn't in a proper position, it tends to steer it back towards the other side. Christoph comes undone on a chromo attempt. But he's got more of those in his bag, I'm sure. I've seen his bag. All right, hopefully we're back and you guys are catching the action here with Christoph Tak and Sergei Borisov on the water. If you want to see the sesh, you got to hit refresh, apparently is the theme. And seeing the sesh, we are, as Christoph Tak is putting quite a session down on the water right now. And Borisov is not bending over by any means. He is putting together quite a solid heat, but Christoph with a solid lead at the moment. Still time, 2 minutes 37 on the clock. But time for Borisov to play catch up. As Christoph watches his competitor. Here as the beach is lighting up with kites and people and spectators and action. Los Lances is the spot to be today. If you want to see the world's best, like Christoph Tak throwing super styly blind judge 5s, just like that one. Making it look easier than he should. That's Christoph Tak from Belgium. Borisov struggling a bit here on the inside. And it looks like there might be some gusts happening, or some holes coming through the course. This could be the witching hour, folks. It is 4:48 local time. And that apparently is the time where the wind has a tendency to start to back off for the day. Hopefully we have enough wind to get through this full round of our single eliminations, but there's definitely no promises. As the wind is not in our control. Oh ho ho. .45 seconds still remaining, and Borisov going for a double, going down, recovering. Still time for one more trick from Borisov. And I think we're going to see that last trick attempt repeated from Christoph Tack, who is currently leading this heat with a solid margin over his competitor Sergey from the Russian Federation. As we are just about 10 seconds remaining here, let's see if we get Christoph on. Oh, just a one-handed front to blind, but not a whole lot more coming out of those two guys, and I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, as that blind judge 5 scored an 8.17 from Christoph Tack, pretty much solidifying his lead and the win over his competitor from the Russian Federation, Sergey Borisov. You can see we've got the support team for these riders out on the water, pumping up bigger kites as we're seeing a few holes mixing through. It is quite chilly. My teeth are chattering here, but it is warm out on the water with all this hot action, as we're going to move on from that last heat into our women's semifinals with Bruna Kajia versus Gisela Polito. That is a heat we have seen many times over, and we're going to see it again, and it never fails to impress and entertain. So stick around. There's more action coming up from our ladies here from Tarifa. Don't go anywhere. All right. Ladies on the water, Gisela Polito going for her back mob. As these ladies are pretty much both, it could be basically either of these two ladies taking home the win here. Definitely Gisela Polito sitting first in the points, I believe. And there's no question why, as she's definitely one of the world's best female kiteboarders ever. Many times over world champion.
You light me up, so I want you. I got you this time. I ain't letting go this time.
All right, that is Bruna Kajia right there with a bunch of weeds on her lines. She put her kite down in the drink in that inside section, and there's definitely quite a bit of weed on the beach here with this Ponente win. And Gisela Polito right there, just appeasing the crowd, landing trick after trick, really putting together a solid heat. Against her competitor, Bruna Kajia, with just minute 16 remaining here in this women's semifinal heat. As she's got quite a solid lead, 27 points at the moment for Gisela versus 16 for Bruna. So it is going to be a tough one for Bruna Kajia if she is going to make it. As, oh, Gisela with a really impressive front blind. That front blind right there would be the envy of many of the top male riders. That is quite an impressive performance from Gisela Polito right now. Clearly dominating at this point with the solid point spread with some big tricks. S1 slims, Hindenburger mobs, 315, and of course that front blind. And that is gonna do it for our ladies semifinal heat number 1, Bruna Kajia and Gisela Polito. The red flag is up. You know what that means. Transition time. And we are going to be seeing our next matchup of ladies coming up next, if I am correct, which I am, because I'm always right. It is going to be Annaluz Lammerts versus Karolina Vinkoska. We saw Lammerts put together a really impressive heat against Oya in her last round, so be looking forward to see what she does. against Karolina Winkowska from Poland. So Netherlands, get your orange shirts on and make sure you're watching as Annelies Lammerts is coming up against Team Polska. That's right, Karolina Winkowska. Coming up next, guys. Stick around. Be back with more here live from the beach in Tarifa. And the green flag goes up with Annelies Lammerts. If you want to see the sesh, you're going to have to refresh. As Annelies goes down on her first trick attempt. Plenty of time. She's back up and riding. That's her right there in the red jersey. Annelies Lammerts from the Netherlands versus Karolina Winkowska from Poland. As Karolina puts her kite down in the drink. Just out of frame. Not sure what she did. But there is Annelies with a nice 3-1-3. As Karolina's almost getting that kite up. Hopefully she gets that wingtip out of the water before the waves get it. And she's back up and riding. I'm sure at least half of Poland is watching. Dziękuję, which I always like to say. Whoa. As we are just 2 minutes down into this women's semifinal matchup, Annelies Lammerts and Karolina Winkowska doing battle. That is Annelies right there on the red jersey, representing the Netherlands. Ho ho ho! Getting away from her there. Back to wrap. And missing the bar on that one. See what we've got from Karolina Winkowska. She's clearly a confident rider here, seemingly able to recover from whatever issues she may be dealing with pretty quickly. She's definitely keeping, knows how to keep a calm, cool head. She knows how to keep her stuff together. As she's been doing this for a long time. Every time I think about it, I get a little depressed about how long these ladies, some of these riders have been at it. just depressed because I realize how old I am. But yeah, they've been at it for a long time. Carolina climbing up the ranks over the years, and definitely the past 3 years really, really shining. I think there was just 1 year where she went away to train, I think in Cape Town, and just came back with a whole new bag of tricks, a whole new level of consistency, and pretty much was a fixed spot in the top 3 of every event since then. And earning the title of world champion in, was it last year or the year before? I'm not sure. And deservingly so. But it's going to be interesting to see how Annalise does, as she's really making a run. Ooh, nice slim from, pretty much a proper slim from Carolina right there, getting really nicely inverted. Really nice execution. And that is going to be a nice high scoring trick. Hopefully you guys are hitting the refresh as a couple times. We're getting some issues causing things to go down, but we should be back up and running quite quickly. Been able to, seemingly. And hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am, and as much as everyone here on the beach is, as there is a lot of people around. We'll try and get some shots up the beach for you to just give you an idea of what's going on, how many other kiters are around, because there are a lot of kites out on the water, as is the case here in Tarifa, Spain, the epicenter of kiteboarding in Europe. It is no doubt, there are no secrets here. This is a windy spot, and pretty much the month of August, most of the kiters in Europe, actually, that's not true. There's a lot of good spots in Europe in the summertime, so a lot of those guys do stick home, but it's always definitely a great destination spot to find wind and find a little bit of that je ne sais pas that you can only find in Tarifa. As Carolina Winkoska is coming in here, 40 seconds left. She's setting up for a big hit, big S3. And her competitor, Annalise Lammerts, giving it her all here in the last 15 seconds. Does she have what it's going to take? As it is just down to the bitter end for both of these ladies. Really tight matchup from what I'm seeing here. You can see that red flag's up. All right, there's a little bit of tripod roaming cam action going here, getting a shot up towards Dos Mares and Valdevaqueros and all the beaches up north here, but give you guys at home a little bit a better idea what's going on. This is where countless people have sessions every year, and half the kiteboarders in the world, I have no idea how many, but a lot of the kiteboarders in the world learn to their skills and get to hone them here. Great place to teach, great place to learn, and a great place to get wet. So anyways, that's a little bit of the view up north. We're going to throw to a quick break as we're going to switch over to the men. So we'll be back with that heat here in just a quick second. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We'll talk to you in a sec. All right, and the action is back to the men with none other than Yuri Zun opening up, large and in charge against Eudazio da Silva. Man, that last round of men's heats was just phenomenal. I really am impressed with the level of riding that we're seeing here, and I think it's a testament to the level of the PKRA and, of course, the great conditions here in Tarifa, Spain. And a very close heat, that last heat from Lammerts and Winkoska, but I believe it was Winkoska taking it. Not super close, but valiant effort from Lammerts. But it's going to be Karolina Winkoska taking home the win in that round, as we are clearly shifting over to the men's. Watching these guys put together some monster tricks right there. Eudazio da Silva, front blind mob. Enjoying the landing for those few seconds after stomping a clean landing. Those some of the best moments you'll find, as you can see. Oh, and Eudazio bouncing out, coming undone on that one, as Yuri Zun just almost throws a front blind mob, appearingly over his head, but he was well behind him. But solid heat shaping up so far. Front blind mob from Eudazio, 7.37 already early on. Yuri, I'm not sure what that last front blind mob from him is going to score, but we'll have to see that one come in, with already some big points from Da Silva, the Chromo 5, him opening up the heat with that one. Don't think the camera caught that one, but we are about 5:15 here. Ooh, Yuri goes down pretty hard, actually, on that one. Hopefully he gets up and recovers quickly from that one. That in the white jersey right there is Eudazio da Silva, with a really nice stylish, powerful back mob. He's a small guy, really compact. He's got really actually a great, I guess, just body style, just kind of built for this type of sport. Kind of small, muscular, and compact, and really can put some power into his tricks. As Yuri Zun is back up and riding with a nice back mob, little butt check of his own. But nice power in that back mob from Yuri Zun as well. And Eudazio goes for a 317 and just gets it done right in front of the judges. And let's see, I think Yuri did something. I heard some oohs and ahs. I'm not sure what it was. As Yuri's front blind mob, that 7.47 from him. So definitely a battle shaping up between these two riders. We've got Eudazio da Silva from Brazil versus Yuri Zun, former world champion from the Netherlands. And Yuri going for his own 317 and getting it. And I am sure that Eudazio just saw it, and he is just amped up. And gonna go for a blind judge 5 or a blind judge 7 attempt on the other tack. Something big's coming out of these, both of these guys for sure in these next few hits, with a minute 26 remaining here. Trying to keep my core body temperature up. Little shoulder rubbing. As we are definitely going into some serious heats from our men's and women's fleets. And Eudazio landing clean. I'm not sure what it was, but Yuri Zun, oh! I think a blind judge 7 from Yuri right there. That last trick, landing clean. I couldn't see where his kite position was from the monitor, but definitely landed it and rode away clean. That one is going to leave a mark for sure, as these guys are going just head to head in what is going to be a battle for who goes into the battle for the top 4 spots. This is anyone's guess right now, as Eudazio da Silva from Brazil sets up, going for an oh, but misses that last trick attempt from da Silva right there at the buzzer. But an impressive heat from both of those guys. Gonna have to wait and see what's going on, because there's a few tricks out, and Yuri Zun has some massive scores coming in, but right now it's showing just a little bit of a lead for Eudazio da Silva. So we're gonna have to wait on the confirmation of that one, but impressive riding from both of those guys. Definitely, quite possibly the highest scoring heat of the day thus far, with 2 8s over 8-point tricks from Yuri, and a lot of other high-scoring tricks from both of those riders. So impressive action right there. That is Eudazio coming in from his heat, and we're going to throw to a quick break and get ready for our next heat. which is going to be Liam Whaley versus Christoph Tack. You don't want to miss that. Belgium versus Spain on the way. We'll be back with more here live from the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour 2014. All right, so it is confirmed. You guys have seen it, I'm sure. It is Eudazio da Silva taking down Yuri Zun and Liam Whaley right there, opening up straight into it, claiming his home turf here in Tarifa. Up against Christoph Tack, who clearly wants a piece of this Tarifan beach here today. It is going to be a battle, as we have just seen ridiculous heats, really close matchups in some of the most impressive riding I have seen in quite some time, as these guys just continue to improve, go big, and put together some monstrous heats. I think what I'm most impressed is just that the level continues to climb, and definitely the conditions here in Tarifa are helping with that, letting these guys really show what they've got and pushing the sport to the next level. All right, so these guys are both clearly not willing to give an inch, as big tricks are being thrown seemingly with reckless abandon here in Tarifa, Spain, as we are in our men's semifinals, basically. Oh! Just going down, landing hot in inches of water. Christoph Tack right there. As he is clearly in pole position in the rankings right now. And definitely Liam, out of anyone, is one of the guys that can disrupt that his plans, and he's going to be doing his best here in Tarifa to do just that. Jeez. Christoph just back mob 5 onto the beach here in this onshore wind. Both these guys not even wanting to. Oh, nice grab, KGB from, or S-Mob actually, I believe, from Liam as he was heading out. But both these guys not really wanting to give a full tack, knowing that they just really have to take their entire 7-minute heat to really throw down. So an interesting heat shaping up between these two guys, as is it is not a surprise with Christoph Tack from Belgium right here unloading. And a slim 7 from Christoph Tack, just making it look a little too easy. But that is the case when you get to the high level here. You can see as we got 2 minutes, 25 seconds still on the clock. Lots of kites upwind on the water here. And that is Liam looking for the double, but not pulling it together, as he is short tacking and going for another run at the kickers. With Christoph here. Kite low. Looks like he took a bit of a tack that time. Probably needing to refresh a little bit after that those first 6 trick attempts. And there goes Liam. Blind Judge 7 to the roar of the crowd here in Tarifa from the beach. What does Christoph say? Okay, I got a 5, but catches a toe, actually a nose, and goes down with Liam riding away clean with a solid Blind Judge 7 on that last pass. Oh, it was a KGB, all right, from Liam, that one that I questioned myself on as I caught it out of the corner of my eye. Do apologize for that. I'm sure there's a lot more of that to come. But Christoph going down on a chromo attempt. As you can see, Liam Whaley tacking back upwind, setting up for something here in front of the judges. Nope. He's just going to come in and go for another monster trick off the kicker. Let's see, what is he missing? What are we going to see from him? Oh, there's the toe side chromo from Tack. Double S. 3 from Liam. That's what he crashed on his last heat at the buzzer, but stomping it right here, right in the nick of time. Some of the faces here from the crowd up in the area, but that was Liam Whaley having a very impressive heat against Christoph Tack right there. As you can hear the crowd applauding both those riders as they return to the beach. We're going to have to wait and see what the final results are on that. Belgium could be in for a little bit of trouble, as some really nice scores. 8.97 from Liam Whaley for that Blind Judge 7. So we are just seeing some ridiculously high scores here going down, which is not a surprise given the conditions and the level of riding we have here, as Christoph Tack right there taking off his boots and heading back out. It's a pretty insane day for kiteboarding. If you guys are just tuning in, this is pretty much the highest level of freestyle, wake style kiteboarding that you're going to see anywhere. and it's going down right now here in Tarifa, Spain. So if you guys are enjoying it, let us know. Thanks so much for being here and joining us. There's more to come as we're going to move on back to the ladies with our women's losers final, I believe, which is going to be Kajia and Lammerts coming up. So don't go anywhere. There's more action here to unfold from the beach in Tarifa, Spain.
Travel the world, wanna glide through the skies and flow through galaxies. I wanna do the undoable, speak the unspeakable, reach the unreachable, live forever invincible. I just need to step out, jump up and take flight. Quicker than the bullet, faster than the speed of light. Watch me do it, I'ma do it a little later tonight.
All right. You can see some big tricks already being done, but back up and running, seemingly. Crossed. Now we stay up for the finals.
endless. Exploring to the and screaming, didn't know what I was seeing. Told him I came in peace, but I knew I should be leaving. Now years later, through the photos that I've seen on the planet they call Earth, I'm labeled as ET. We strive through the heights and depths of the raw written, set reality aside and reaching beyond limits. The stars and the planet use the world to my advantage. Orbit around the universe is calling, causing damage. We travel through the galaxy.
All right, we've got our men's losers final on the water.
We say flight. We say flight. We say flight. We say.
Here we go, It's your flaws and imperfections that make you that much special. Feel what I mean, queen, and that's what I'll address you. Even though we hang around with heavy tight connection, I never make a move cause I'm a sucker for rejection. Making a fool of myself while hoping I'm impressing you. Refuse to receive anyone value less than you. Lately you the one that I've been thinking of a lot. No disrespect, but you the hottest right up on the block. Got your walk on lock and a smile.
2 more heats to go. Both of our finals, the battle for first and second. That guy looks a little confused, as well as do I at this moment. But that is Gisela Polito. Looks like she's heading out on the water as she's getting ready for her final heat in her matchup against Carolina Winkoska. This is going to be the battle for first and second. The pride of Tarifa in her backyard. Gisela Polito defending her home turf here at Playa Los Lances, up against the pride of Poland, Carolina Winkoska. This is going to be a doozy, folks. As we are heading into our women's final right now, that's Gisela Polito here in her home turf versus Bruna Kajia right there with a nice blind judge. As these ladies have met countless times over the years across continents, and are as competitive as ever, as you can see right there with sick blind judge 3 from Gisela Polito right there, as that is Bruna coming in with Gisela going down on her 3-1-3 as the sun begins to follow the path. Nice S-mob from Bruna on the way out. All right, so our first place battle continues here. Just about 3 minutes into it, Bruna Kajia and Gisela Polito. We are 5:56 p.m. here in the afternoon in beautiful Tarifa, Spain. Just getting to the bitter end of our single elimination freestyle main event with our women on the water right now. Nice back to blind from Bruna Kajia from Brazil, going head to head with Gisela Polito, current world champion, the most decorated female kiteboarder. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. not Bruna, Karolina Winkowska. I saw the bun. I've got nothing going on anyways behind the scenes, just so you guys know. But it is Karolina Winkowska, of course, against Gisela Pulido. I'm not sure when I started saying Bruna, but hopefully it wasn't too long ago. As you can see, these ladies are putting together solid heats. Karolina going down right there. Our men out the back warming up for our men's final. Following this heat right now. Oh, and Karolina goes down on her slim chance. And Gisela is putting her kite down as well on a trick attempt. I'm not sure what she tried. As we are going to see some more big stuff coming up in our men's final. That's coming up after this. That's Christoph Tack versus Eudazio da Silva on the way. But right now, Gisela Pulido, Karolina Winkowska fighting for first and second here in our women's winners final. Yeah, they're solid heats just at the buzzer. Gisela Pulido just throwing a sick Hinderberger mode right at this point. I am definitely not, as she is coming back to the beach. Battle for first and second from our men, I believe. No, Christoph Tack, and yeah. And we are back with none other than our men's finals. First trick of the heat right there, Christoph Tack. Guys, I'm doing everything humanly possible to bring this final to you, just so you know. I'm at the same point you guys are, and that is the point of pure kiteboarding bliss and saturation. Watching the world's best go at it right now, Christoph Tack and Eudazio da Silva. Putting down big tricks already in the first 30 seconds of this men's final battle for first and second. It is back on with Christoph Tack and Eudazio da Silva. Men's finals on the water, Christoph Tack and Eudazio da Silva. Throwing down. This is, I think, perhaps the first time we've seen Eudazio battling for second and first and it is no surprise as he is a very talented rider. Great to see him where he is here up against Christoph Tack. If we can just keep hanging on for these last remaining All right, folks, if you can hear this, this is all just gravy at this point. Yeah, we finished our men's finals with, yeah, lots of crashes, so I apologize for that. I'm doing everything I can here to keep it up and going, but unfortunately, a lot of it is out of my control. That being said, we've got our 4 finalists, top 4 men, top 4 women. We're going to leave this run for a bit, but we're going to try and get things sorted out, running fresh and clean for the double elimination, which hopefully will start tomorrow. I think that's going to be a wrap for the day, so do appreciate you guys sticking with us and through your patience, and I hope you enjoyed what we had from the Tarifa Pro Kite Tour here. Amazing venue and a great day of intense, spectacular action. Very impressive riding from all the riders. So pretty much starting through the second round, just that third round action just went nonstop straight to the final. So thanks everyone for being here, and we will see you next time.